Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 22nd to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. It was a solid day yesterday. 10-7 plus 3.43 units. Solid. I went 5-2 plus 4.01 units in NHL. That helped very much. Although the bet I thought was the best. The Panthers didn't come through, and I know a bunch of you guys joined me on that, and I'm sorry about that. Bad look. We'll make it back in the next out, but disappointing. 1-1 in college football. I should have stuck with the Georgia Tech team total under. I went with the full game under instead. So 1-1. NC State did us proud. NCAA basketball 1-1, down 0.14 units. NFL cashed the what I thought was a very easy. I guess there is nothing easy in capping, but Chubb over 14.5 rush attempts was just very easy. So we're just a taint hair under 10 units in NFL on the season, climbing quickly. And then 2 and 3 in NBA, disappointing there. Adding the Timberwolves late was a mistake, but feel like we're seeing things clearly. 10 and 7 plus 3.43 units, rolling in the right direction. And I can't wait for today's show. We have a packed show. We're starting right away with NCAA basketball. Now, I know there's a bunch of games that pop off here 4 minutes ago, but we're starting with 11:30 a.m. action, and we have Conor Mack joining us here in seconds. So we are going to be locked and loaded, firing away with college basketball. Now these aren't best bets. We're just going to take quick hits through all of the games from 11:30 to 3:30. There's 10 of those games. So we're going to hammer those quick hits, and then we go into best bets. The best bets start with Conor Mack with Wisconsin UCF at 5 p.m. in the Greenbrier tip-off in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. A lot of good basketball teams in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. Shout out to all the cappers in the house. We got Stacks in the house ready to rock. Stacks play today, UCF +5. Stacks play today, number 2, Arizona -1.5. And Justin McKelvey now will be racing every Thursday and Friday for $50. Justin McKelvey in the races. Gonna be nice seeing the turkey with the Justin McKelvey's name on it. We'll move to thoroughbreds in a little bit, but we're gonna rock with turkeys until Thanksgiving. And don't forget, all 3 football games on Thursday live stream right here, because it's American Thanksgiving. I'll be rocking with you guys. Anytime you need a break from the fam, pour yourself a beverage. I will be live for 12 hours. 12 hours live, and I look forward to it. Let's copy and paste Stacks play. We'll get right after college basketball as soon as CMac is backstage. We'll start up because we need to move quickly. Viper NB in the house, and it's his birthday. Look at that. Happy birthday, Viper NB. What a guy you are. What a great friend. Love capping with you. Viper NB, his birthday today, and he wants Crosby to celebrate with his 600th goal. Viper NB, happy birthday, my man. Happy birthday. Wish I was toasting booze, but it's a little early for that. A Viper NB's birthday today. I give you a birthday pick, Vipe. Birthday pick. Okay, I mean, there's great stuff on today's card, but you guys know that I haven't sent in my dad's action in a long time, many years, because he's always on very public place. He's max betting for him $300. Max betting the Ottawa Senators tomorrow night against Vancouver Canucks. That is a huge spot, and I agree with him completely. Not only am I sending him in, but I'm rocking with him as well. Justin McKelvey says not Stacks, but Florida Gulf Coast -5.5 that just popped off. Trill OG play today. Rockets first half -7 from our guy LJ from H-Town, who smashed last night's live stream. Smash and grabbed the live stream as usual. LJ having a monster season across all sports. Shout out to our guy LJ from H-Town. Early glass of pig milk, Northwestern -4.5 at -115. That is not an MTE, a multi-team event, but we are capping it. I almost ditched it because it's the lone non-MTE here. The Florida International Panthers versus Northeastern Huskies in the Alico Arena in Fort Myers. It's not an MTE. Billy Friedrich says, gonna miss Taylor in CFL action. Yes, Billy Friedrich, thank you. It was a great season. We accomplished the goal, 10% ROI. It was excellent. So thank you for rocking with me, and thank you for allowing me to rock CFL, because you guys could be like, look, I don't care, but 10% ROI, we'll hammer it again next year. Billy Friedrich, NJ Striker, Mal says 76ers should quit. I'm actually interested in them today. I know it sounds nuts, but I am. Kong's Clips, Cash. Oh, Res Mob. What about early college basketball? Yes, CMac should be here any minute. We're just as soon as he's here, we will start. So I see got a message from him a minute ago. Okay, yeah, he says he'll be here in a minute, and that was at 11:07. So that was a minute ago. Okay, so he's going to be here. We'll start with those 11:30 games. We're going to hammer. We're closing with NHL. Okay. So everybody, very, very soon we're starting. Kong's Clips catching LBJ rebounds and AD 30 plus a plus money. What a watching AD miss those 2 foul shots. I mean, just absolutely bananas. Of course, Wagner puts it right in the old drink hole. G Martinez says, nice call on FAU. That was really a group action there. Group action. G Martinez says, crazy NC State finish. I thought I was going to catch that under all throughout the live stream. I thought I was going to sweep NCAA football last night. There's Wine Time Sports. He was right there. Floor seats for AD missing those foul shots. Rob McMahon in the house. Leroy Flood. Big Scott. Really want to move on Drake plus the points. FAU was gifted 49 free throws. We're going to talk about that. We have Coin. Cleveland plus 3.5 was a beautiful thing. It sure was. Yesterday, Kong's Clips said, shout out to Bobano. Parlayed the first 4 NCAA games yesterday and cashed the plus 1,000. I was thinking about you when FAU cashed. Morgan Spooner in the house. Ken Mizrahi says, Dylan Cousins going to light the lamp tonight. I can't wait to talk NHL, and I'll give you an idea. Look, I don't care because I forget who the capper was, but they said that the line on the Jets was suspect. And you know what? I don't care. They're starting a 6-game marathon road trip. Hellebuck has to start this one because they play in Nashville again tomorrow night, and I might fade them there if they beat Pittsburgh handily because Comrie will be in that, even though Comrie's been good. I expect Hellebuck to start. They need to start this trip. This is such a difficult trip. This is 3 games in 4 nights, 4 games in 6 nights. I mean, it's just massive. 5 games in 8 nights. They do the whole 6-game road trip in 10 nights. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be problems. So I'm on the Jets. I don't care. And I want to fade the Sabres, but I have this fear. I just need to know that James Reimer is not going up against his old team. The only reason why I say that is because I want the Ducks anyways. But the reason why I say that is because I want to bet the under. And if James Reimer's in goal, I cannot bet the under. Respect. Justin McKelvey has been a gold member. I haven't seen Justin win any of these. We need to get Justin in the winner's circle for these races. Thank you, Justin. It means a ton. Big Scott, Jets -1 plus 102. Ducks money line and Arizona money line. Look, you're right. We're right in the middle of. That's exactly what I want. I'm right involved. Kong's Clip says, I need a shout out for my son Benny. It's his 16th birthday. Wow. Happy birthday to Benny. 16 years old. Whole life ahead of him. What an exciting time. Shout out to everybody in the Kong Clips family and Benny. Happy 16th, man. What an exciting time for you. And all love to the Kong Clips family. Benny, 16. Get out there. Get driving. Get partying. So great. 16 years old. Happy birthday, Benny. Happy birthday. There is a few more shout outs, and then we're going to get right to work. That we have tip off in 18 minutes for the first 2 games, Ohio and Portland, and Drake, Florida Atlantic. So we're going to get there here very soon. Mally Mal on LaSalle money line first half. Also on FAU money line. Let me copy and paste that under the Trill OG play of the day. Get that all in. Michael Johnson says, you like Baltimore as the division winner at -120? The line's moving towards the Chargers. I would have to sit with that. I mean, I would just have to sit with that for a little while. I mean, just hearing it out loud, I think I like it. They're clearly a better football team than the Ravens. So yeah, I guess I do. I guess I like it, but I need to sit with it a little longer. That would worry me a little bit. Northeastern. Didn't I say Northeastern? Sorry, did I say North? Yes, Florida International Northeastern Huskies. Got that. Outrageous play today from 9 Legacy here. We had CMac backstage for a second, but he cut out. I'm sure he's going to be back here shortly. Let's get this up here. Everybody's action. 9 Legacy. William and Mary on the spread. Wizards on the spread. Trailblazers on the spread. And Sixers on the spread. 9 Legacy, not afraid to go back to the Sixers window. But Justin McKelvey says, fuck the Sixers. Res Mom says, I have to learn when to cash out. I cashed out in the Steelers game, made money, but I got killed by Lakers full game. Cashed first quarter and first half. It was a shocking display of basketball. I mean, when LeBron took over the game and then, AD screws it up, it was absolutely shocking. Benny getting the love for his 16th birthday. Morgan Spooner off of a great night as well. Let's get Morgan Spooner's action here. And let's get ready to work as we have tip off for our first 2 spots in 16 minutes. Now, we're just going rapid fire through these afternoon basketball games. These aren't the best bets. Michael Johnson says, how about that Tampa Bay game? Wow, it was absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Aaron Gaza on the Bulls. Let me get that here. Damn, Res Mob says Lakers killed a parlay there. I hate it. Let's grab Aaron Gaza's action and then let's get to work. Let's welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada, a expert in college, expert across the board in all sports, but we are using him for both college football and college basketball here extensively on the show. And this is a monster time for college basketball season. All the offseason work that's done comes to fruition here in the early part of the season. Please welcome from Las Vegas, Nevada, star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel alongside our friend Bo Bano. Please welcome Miggity Mac Daddy on a Friday morning.
Yeah. What up? I'm tired, man.
Yeah, it's a battle, dude. It's a battle, an absolute battle. And we got action coming out here in 15 minutes. So CMac getting a lot of love. Kong's clips, cashing the Flames in the under 5.5 for Philly Eagle Flyer. Nice job. I lost with the Rangers -1, but did cash that under with you. Let's get that here. And get this all copied and pasted and locked and loaded. CMac's best bets start at 5 p.m. with Wisconsin. So what's going on now is we are going just to roll through the rapid fire, or if we want to sit and get more extensive, we can do that as well for the college basketball that's starting here in just a few short minutes. Only 2 games are popping off here in 14 minutes. And there was a lot of cashing going on early yesterday. So let's continue that going and let's get to work. We start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern at the Myrtle Beach Invitational. The Ohio Bobcats 1-4 versus the Portland Pilots 2-3. And we are, of course, in Conway, South Carolina. Let's get this up here. We saw Ohio yesterday. There was a market move towards them. They went from dog to favorite, but they lost 83-81 in overtime to Middle Tennessee State. Portland lost 74-68 yesterday to USF. So let's take a quick look at exactly what went down in those 2 games. For the Ohio Bobcats, they shot 20.7% from 3. They were out-rebounded by 10, and the poor shooting cost them the game because Middle Tennessee turned the ball over 20 times in that game. Ohio just 13, but the poor shooting hurt them badly. And then Portland Pilots versus USF. Portland struggled shooting the ball as well, 36.7 from the field and 29.6 from 3, and failed to menace in that one. Let's get into the line history and see if CMac has any interest in our first game on the board. Tip off in 13 minutes. We have Portland right now, plus 7.5 at -106. They opened up plus 7.5 at -110. This was an 8. This moved to 8 at 9:41 a.m. It stayed there until 7 minutes ago when it moved back to 7.5. And when we get to the total for our first game of the day, Ohio Portland, we have a 149 at -108. This opened under 149 at minus 110. So we've had no move at all on the total and really no move at all on the spread. And we have no information from the Action Network. So this is all X's and O's. Mally Mal says Ohio shouldn't be -8 versus anyone. Williams Wrestling in the house, ready to get to work. Kenny Can in the house. Take it away, CMac. Bobcats, Pilots.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. Appreciate all you guys up and in here. Hit the like button. It's the least everyone can do. Shit. Yeah, I don't think this team should be favored by 8 as well. The problem is, I think the 8 right now, you have to look at Portland. I just don't want them. I think they played a little bit over their head maybe than the talent of this team, and they've looked solid. I mean, but I still remember that beatdown opening night. That's more of the team that I thought they'd be, where they lost to Santa Barbara 94-53. But the 10-point loss to Oregon, and then yesterday where they lost by 6. Ohio 1-4 record. I think this team should be better, but they've been dreadful. They've just been dreadful from the field. They haven't been good defensively. Shots haven't dropped. Yesterday's game, 21% again from 3. That's not going to work when you don't play defense, and it shows. They're on 5 ATS. I think the only play is Portland. I just don't love it here and have a ton of confidence. I got to really love something here on these neutral floors. And when I say that, I'd always go to the dog here, Jimmy, especially a team like Ohio that maybe down the line this year, I'd look to back, but they just haven't been very good. They can't stop anything. Points, and they're not scoring. So Portland here, nothing.
So Portland ended up covering by the hook on the closing line yesterday. So it wasn't as if it was a really impressive showing against a tough basketball team or anything like that. I can understand. I can understand this number being right around where it should be. Were you surprised that Ohio Bobcats yesterday went from dog to favorite, or did that make sense against Middle Tennessee? And if it wasn't for their poor shooting, they should have won that game.
I think it made sense. Yeah, they just haven't been good. I mean, they lost to Illinois State already. They were probably going to lose to Memphis, and they did. They got their ass kicked in the second half of that game, 94-70. So it's more the team, I think. I mean, they lost to JMU by 10, which wasn't a horrible loss, and then they beat Asheville. I think that team's more like it, and I think they're just probably due for a day where they shoot it better here. But is this the spot on a neutral floor in the morning here? And it's turning.
Yeah, no, it makes there's not a lot appealing for this one. I can move past it, even though Mally Mal's probably right that Ohio should be -8 versus anyone. For them to step up and have a better shooting performance isn't beyond the realm of possibilities. Even though I agree with you that the Pilots are probably the side at this number. So we have the ability to live bet this game as well as it goes on. It pops off in 9 minutes. So why don't we just move on to the next spot on the board? This is the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic. Drake Bulldogs versus Florida Atlantic Owls. We're in TD Arena in Charleston, South Carolina. Yesterday was fascinating day. Drake beating Miami outright by 11 points was wildly interesting. And I know a bunch of cappers here were on Drake. Bobano was on Drake. It was impressive. FAU, Oklahoma State was nuts. I know Wager Detective got screwed on the under by a half point. The fouls were it was just nonstop. It was just going to the line every single time up the floor for both teams. If anyone was going to have a letdown spot, you would think it was Drake. They beat Miami despite shooting 21.1% from 3. I mean, they turned the ball over just 6 times. They out-rebounded the Hurricanes. Still, I don't know if this is where you want them. And then, we saw Florida Atlantic with a couple L's early. That was an impressive performance. I know that Oklahoma State played terribly, 34.2 from the field and 23.1 from 3. But still, it was an impressive performance. Right now, we have Florida Atlantic as 3-point favorites, but they open up as 4-point favorites. We've had a 1-point move to Drake. I'm not saying that Drake isn't the real deal. I just don't necessarily find it too appealing to back them after, a huge possibly season-defining win. I mean, we'll see. They could talk about this 2 months from now. Remember when Drake, straight up took out the Hurricanes by 11. This total's at 143, juice to the over. It opened up at 146.5. So we've had a big drop to the under. Mally Mal says FAU going to cover this full game. Chosen One says going to be the third straight game for FAU on this floor. That is really important. And we get no cash information. But in saying that, the cash information starts next game. So these are just the only 2 games where we have no cash flow information. Take it. Oh, and Morgan Spooner says FAU -3 on my card. Drake played over their head yesterday. Letdown spot with celebration paired with tournament play early in the morning. I'll take the team that should be here. That's a really fascinating take. Let's hear what CMac has to say about it. Take it away, CMac. Drake, Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, there's not enough for me to move on this basketball game. I think if FAU, at their best, wins and covers this number, you know what? It's just the early morning here of this game, the early start on a neutral floor. I get that this is dropped, but this is a little bit crazy. But maybe FAU's due for a game where it goes under because they just have it. I mean, this team goes so up and down, quickest in the country right now, just up, down, shots up like crazy. And their defense has been really good. It's been spotty. And that's why the overs have just been straight money for them. I thought it was low yesterday, their total. Same thing in the Drake-Miami game. Miami, kind of similar team. It got to 149. I think this one can. And the other part of this, why this dropped as well, is because Drake is the polar opposite. This team has just been super slow, basically almost dead last. They want to play a totally different style here, lean more a little bit on their defense in this game. So it's just kind of crossing here. But I think it's kind of low enough where it's still going to get there. FAU is going to want to push the pace. And even with kind of a bad shooting day, look, they took UCF into a game like that, a team that's pretty good defensively. We're going to get to them later where they play Wisconsin. And it was 100 to fucking 94 last week or so. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want FAU. I think they could win this. I just don't really want to lay 3. I like this Drake team, how they've looked so far. But I don't know how great Miami is. I think the win was solid. I think this Miami team's a little bit more the team of last year that struggled, especially down the stretch. It wasn't very good. Didn't have great shooters. So, yeah, I kind of at the 4 last night. I leaned Drake. Catching 4 on a neutral, like I talk about. Unless I really love this team and want to lay it, I'd rather have the points in my back pocket.
The issue for me, and it's pretty simple, and again, I don't mean to simplify it too much, but if Drake had a shot 40+% from 3, I'd be waiting in line to fade them. But they won that game shooting 21% from 3. They outplayed them with intangibles, basically.
Exactly, and they got to the line. They made their free throws. Yeah, so, it was gritty.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, and then that 4-3, I would like to fade it. I'm right with you guys, and everybody here on FAU. I'm right there, but it just doesn't correlate enough. I mean, they just outcompeted the Hurricanes, and they're coming to the gym to go do that against another, bigger program than them. I mean, arguably. Coin saying live spots in this game is the look. Yeah, it's just not enough. I mean, do you think, what was the line yesterday? I can't remember. Oh, Florida Atlantic was it was a pick'em, wasn't it? It was a pick'em spot.
Yeah, so and they really took it over. They got some calls late, and you know what? Just talked about Drake and making their free throws 24-28. Florida Atlantic shot 49. They were only just 35, 49, 70%. If they're going to get fouled like that too, this will go over. Like if there's going to be whistles blowing like that, if there's somewhat of the same rest, they're probably switching on these floor in the games. But yeah, it'll get there in the end. So that's where I'd look here a little bit. I like this over.
All right, I'm not going to move on it. I'm with you guys. I think that all makes sense. It doesn't correlate enough with a letdown spot here. it's very, very close. I mean, generally speaking, I would be all over this, but I was shocked to see how poor they shot and still beat the Hurricanes by double digits. And we only have 2 more minutes before tip-off. So not that I couldn't get it in time. I could. I'm going to let it go, though. I'm going to let that one go. Okay, let's move on to the Paradise Jam at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We have money information for these games, too. We have the Longwood Lancers, undefeated this year, versus UAB Blazers. We're down in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands for this. And, these are legitimate wins. I mean, they're all tight games for Longwood, but they're legitimate wins. They take out UT Martin Skyhawks by 2. They don't shoot very well in that game, but they get the job done. They go into Binghamton and take out, the Bearcats. Again, they shoot so poorly, but they play clean basketball and they out-rebound. They shot 32.3% from the field and 23.8% from 3. So I guess the problem is, can you trust them to shoot? But UAB, they got this season started with that 67-62 loss to Vermont. And, the Catamounts are a good team. And that was the game where they went 0 for 10 from 3. We expected them to bounce back versus Southern Miss, and they did exactly that. They fired out of the gates. I was lucky to catch the full game, though. They got up like 18 or 19-0 and barely covered. But even then, even in a game where they shot better, they still shot 28% from 3. This is a pretty interesting spot here. Let's set up the line history and the cash flow. We have right now, this total is at 148. It's minus 108 to the over. This has come up from 145.5. So we have a 2.5 point move towards the over. And on the spread, we have UAB is 7.5 point favorites, minus 7.5 and minus 107. This opened up at 7. It got down to 6. That was the first move. There was a 1 point move towards the Lancers. Then it came in UAB's direction. It got up to 8. At 9:49 a.m., this 8 was juiced to minus 114. Then we've come back to 7.5. So we have a 2.5 point move to the over and basically no move on the side. We have 63% of the tickets and 58% of the cash on the Lancers, a 38 and 37 on the under. Take it away for us here, CMac. Is this where the Lancers, meet their first loss? 7.5 point dogs. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, just put it in the chat. I mean, it is a little bit of a step up for them. I don't really, it's a little bit early for me here with this UAB team. I just, I don't know how good they really are. That opening game where they couldn't make a 3 against Vermont, they've already looked up and down. They lost a High Point. I don't know if they're that great defensively. One thing about Longwood, this team wants to slow this game down and try to muck it up, and that's why they could be alive. But if they get sloppier and they don't hit shots, UAB could run away with this. That's what I was looking at it last night. Longwood, too, when they do that, I mean, to me, if you like, this goes under. Because they've been, a dead nuts under team and want to play in the 60s. So if they could do that, but I don't know if they can. It's UAB here, the Virgin Islands Sports Fitness Center. I don't know if they could do that in this game here in the early morning. So just when I'm off, to me, this game, I'd look at the under. Hard to bet it.
And the under right now has dropped 2.5 points. 2.5 points. It's dropped to, well, you can still get a 148. Other books have 147.5. It is dropped despite just 38% of tickets and 38% of cash on the under. Billy Friedrich says, I think Longwood's defense keeps them close. Rogue Energy says, lay it with UAB. I'm hesitant to do that. So when we're coming down to, making a move on this total or not, it comes down to who do you think will dictate the pace? At 12:30 in the afternoon, who do you think will be the team dictating this pace? Do you think Longwood can slow it down, or do you think UAB will force it to be sped up?
I don't know. That's a great question. If Longwood does, it's going under. If they can do it. I don't know if they can. You know, and I don't have a lot of trust in this UAB team. This is a game like they could win by 15 or 20, but I haven't been impressed with them, Jimmy. Just I haven't.
Yeah, the Longwood Lancers can probably out rebound. I think this under makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the market moving it towards the under makes sense. I think everything about it makes sense. The Virgin Islands are an hour ahead of the Eastern time zone, so it's not ridiculously early. You know, a 1:30 start. I think this makes sense. I think I'm going to move.
Daniel Jones released.
Wow.
That's first release. They gave it to him.
Wow. Unbelievable. Life changes pretty fast, man. 6-4 Florida Atlantic, a minute and 52 seconds in. I'm close. I'm very close to moving on this. I mean, the Lancer, the only Lancer spot that would have gone over that they played so far was against Morgan State. In that one, you know, Longwood shot 51% from the field. Which, I mean, you have to think against tougher competition in the Virgin Islands, they're not going to be shooting like that. Wow.
Yeah, it's just this. I don't know how great this UAB defense is. Now, can they kind of make Longwood look bad? Maybe, you know. But I don't think they're very good defensively.
Resmob says, like, the Bulls are an over team. Seton Hall basketball is an under team. Speaking of that Bulls game, that Bulls Atlanta totals up to 146. 146. Nice job, not flush. I should have got paid more on that. Should have got paid more on that. I hated losing the under, but NC State was the right look. Okay, I'm going to move on this under, but let's set up the next spot on the board. 1 p.m. Eastern, we have the Boardwalk Battle. The Earl Brothers East Carolina Pirates 4-1 versus the Stetson Hatters. We are in Daytona Beach, Florida for this one. Let's get this all set up here. Florida Gulf Coast laying the wood to Cal State Bakersfield, by the way, as well. Florida Atlantic now up 8-4. Oh, just a Mascari 3, so it's 8-7 there. With East Carolina, Stetson, let's set this one up and hear what CMac has to say. We have East Carolina suffering their first loss. They lost yesterday to Jacksonville State. I believe Morgan was on Jacksonville State plus 4.5. It was a nice score. ECU played pretty clean basketball. Only turned the ball over 7 times, but shot 42.4 from the field and 33.3 from 3. They were outshot. And they lost. They were up 2 going into the second half, and they were outscored by 10 in the second half. So East Carolina probably championing. Stetson is 0-4 against Div 1 competition. Haven't had a win. They lost to – every loss was by margin except to Omaha. That was a 79-76 loss, but every other loss has been by margin. So they follow that up by losing by 22 at Citadel. They lose by 21 at Oklahoma, and then at home they lose. Oh no, not at home. Last night they lost by 25 to Toledo. So probably ripe for a bounce back spot for East Carolina, because Stetson shot 47.4 from the field, 40% from 3, and still lost by 25 points. Still, we're down 16 at the break. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this total at 143.5, and that's where it opens. So there's been no movement at all on the total. And on the spread, let's get this here. Sorry. On the spread, we have Stetson as 13-point dogs. That's a lot of points, but it's an angry East Carolina team. So 13-point dogs. And when we get to the cash flow, we get – I thought we were going to get info. No, we're not going to get information on all games here. We're not getting information on East Carolina Stetson cash flow-wise. But there are 1,459 tickets in. Take it away for us here, CMac, East Carolina Pirates, Stetson Hatters.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, this East Carolina team is not really the team you want to be laying double digits with. It's been just tough for me, like seeing Stetson and how bad they are defensive. The numbers have just been awful. I mean, that last game where they gave up 103 to Toledo, and that worst was the Citadel loss. I mean, 74-52. This team, and even in that game, I saw this team can't shoot straight at all. So hopefully this game they maybe can get going and cover the number. I thought it wasn't enough. And if I'd seen a little bit more of this was 15 or 16, I think Stetson could maybe cover. But I just think ECU just has the better team here, flat out. Even though they're a team that, especially as the year goes on, I don't think it's going to, they're not the fastest and the best jump shooting team, but they're gritty themselves. So this is just a stay away from jump for me.
What do you think of the Pirates' first half -7? Just being an angry group off of that loss and taking it out on Stetson.
Yeah. This would be a lot better. If they were at home, I'd take it. No doubt.
Let me just get this all.
The neutral floor.
Okay.
That it's done over the years. That yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting this all set up here. So I am going to make some moves here, and I've got them all set up. Just need to press the button. Sorry, I got this wrong. So I'm just deciding now whether to add in the first half here. And anybody, I don't have the chat in front of me here because I've got all these sites up. Is anybody moving on this East Carolina Stetson spot? Do you see anybody? Okay.
Hey, Billy, you taking the Stetson? Looks like Billy Friedrich. Are you on Stetson? Rogue Energy Stetson stinks. That's facts.
Okay. So, okay. I am moving on the bounce back here. In Billy Friedrich, you might be very right that Stetson covers, but I'm on East Carolina to play as an angry group and take it out on Stetson. So I'm on East Carolina first half -7 at -110, and I'm on Longwood UAB under 148 at -112. I haven't tweeted it out yet, but I've moved on both. Okay, so we move on. Next up, we have the early glass of pig milk play of the day. It is Northeastern -4.5 at -115. Pig milk play of the day, 58-46 plus 17.03 units. We have Florida International Panthers versus the Northeastern Huskies. But this isn't Florida International's home court. They're playing in Fort Myers, Florida here, Alico Arena. Let's get this set up. By the way, Ohio up 12-6 early on Portland. Let's get this one set up for CMac. Here we have FIU has not beaten Div 1 competition. They lost by 7 to Rice, 77-70. They also lost to Southern Utah 80-75, and they also lost to Howard 75-70. So they've all been, within 7 points, all three of them. Northeastern coming off, they played tough. They played tough in that loss to Princeton 79-76. They beat up on Harvard by 22, and then they beat Coastal Carolina by 18. So they played tough. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have Northeastern -4 right now, -4. It started at 5.5, and it was 5.5. It moved to 5 at 11:17 a.m., and then it moved to 4 7 minutes ago at 11:35 a.m. When we get to the total here, we have a 151 at -120 to the under. This opened up at 148, so we've had a big move to the over 4 points. And again, we do not have any cash. Oh, yes, we do. We have cash information on this one. My apologies, because this one was set, the line was set early. So 64% of the tickets, 62% of the cash is on FIU. We've seen the line move about a 1.5 or a point in their direction. 52 and 54 on the over. Take it away, CMac. Northeastern against Florida International.
Yeah, let's get to this one. Northeastern's looked really good to start the year, beating up a kind of a down Harvard team, even that they were last year and so far this year, and then playing Princeton tight in that loss. One thing, at least early in these games, they've been able to push it a little bit and score, where Northeastern at times, I've wanted to take their unders the last few years, and it's been successful. But 3-1 record, 4-0 ATS. They're playing good basketball, 3-1 to the over. And I think they could win here. Problem is, I didn't really want to lay 5.5. This has come down to 4.5. FIU, one thing, they've been in these games, but is that like a pat on the back, losing 5 by 5 to Howard and to Southern Utah, 7 to Rice? Yeah, so they've hung around in games. That was the one thing here where I think they can. You talked about it. I mean, not a home game, but they're in Florida at least. So tough one here, and tough on the total. I lean under. FIU, their totals have been a little bit too high. This one's a little bit lower, but lately they've just been a little bit high. And they haven't been able to score. So there's 155, 156 totals they've gone under. What do we get here now at 150?
Yeah, this one makes me a little more uncomfortable just because we have I think that the Northeastern spot makes a ton of sense. I just don't understand why it's moving 1.5 in the direction of Florida International. So it's going to be an awe. I'm not going to move on this one. Morgan Spooner says, please send Daniel Jones to the CFL. Yeah, he's too rich. He's just too rich. The drive's gone. PJ Walker, not rich. That's why he's a Calgary Stampeder. I don't think he's going to play in the
they CFL. Probably love him. They probably love PJ Walker.
Well, he just signed. So he isn't.
Okay. Well, they'll love him though. They will love him. Love him, yes. Daniel Jones though. Yeah, might not.
Drake's back. It's 14-13, but Ohio laying the wood. 15-14 now, Drake. Ohio laying the wood 23-10 on Portland Pilots. Our next spot on the board is a spot that our guy, the wager detective, is attacking. But first, our guy BT says, I got a new job and can't watch live anymore, but had to check in with my family one time. BT, can't wait to rock with you in Pubapalooza. My man, our guy BT in San Antonio. Congratulations on the new job, man. Sometimes, there's priorities that have to be taken, and you've handled that, excellently, my friend. So respect to our guy, the BT. Respect to our guy, BT, with a new job. Great work. Justin McKelvey moved on to UAB under. Let's get it. And DC Capper on Northeastern -4.5. So Pig Milk play today and DC Capper together in unison here. Let's move up here and get this information here under Middle Tennessee, South Florida. All right, so let's roll. We head back to the Myrtle. Oh, shoot. Sorry, DC. I got you on the wrong game here, but it's fine. I'll remember it. Myrtle Beach Invitational, Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders versus the Bulls of South Florida. Rogue Energy agreeing here with that look on Northeastern. I get it, but the market move does not appeal to me at this point. We got more afternoon basketball. Our days are going to go by quick because we're going to be sweating out our action all day. Let's talk about Middle Tennessee. They beat Ohio 83-81 last night, a tough overtime game. And I don't know how much stock we should put in how bad Portland looks this morning, but South Florida hasn't looked very good. I mean, they played a tough Gator squad. The Gators have fortified now with the addition of that point guard. I know he's not starting yet, but still fortifying their team. The guy was playing professionally in Spain. Charleston, they lose by 15. We know College Charleston's good this year. So Arkansas Pine Bluff, they beat by 16. Is that I don't know. I don't think this is a very good South Florida Bulls basketball team, and I think the Pilots might be trash, honestly. So let's get into the line history here for this one. Now, I guess again, like I shouldn't say the Pilots might be trash. Questionable. I don't want to get too caught up in what's happening in an 8-minute, stretch in one game. So I should take that back. We have a total here at 146.5 at -111. That's where this opened up, 146.5. There was a move to the over for a little bit, and then it came right back. So there's no action there. On the spread, let's get over here. On the point spread, we have South Florida -1.5. -1.5. That's where it opened. There's been no movement. There was some juice towards Middle Tennessee, and it came back. There's still been a 4-cent move towards Middle Tennessee. And as this line has not been out for very long, we have no cash flow information. So take it away, CMac. Is there an angle to this one? We heard our guy, the wager detective, on the under. Any thoughts on here?
Yeah, I lean to the under. You know why? When I got to this game, these teams can't shoot. They're just been awful. From the field, they haven't been very good, and they've even been worse from three. Middle Tennessee, 28%, 317. South Florida, 29.9, 282. So these teams that can score at times, but man, they're sloppy. It's tough for me to bet these teams too, which I saw in that South Florida game with them was still turnovers. I think they had 18 against Portland. I have to double check that, but yeah, it didn't look pretty at all. So this was a game that, I get why he likes the under. I just couldn't bet anything in it because at times these teams do have a decent pace and can score. We saw it yesterday with Ohio, but another team that gets up and down, with them, 83-81. So there wasn't enough for me to get on the under in this game. And I'm off the side. I think this is right where it should be. I think it's a coin flip.
So a stay off there, but wager detective on the under. Yeah, I don't think I want to back. I mean, should we put anything into the fact that Ohio is smash and grabbing right now, Portland, or is that is just getting too caught up in a small sample size?
Small sample size. Ohio had better coming into this year things. Like they not played great. Like when we talked about that they're a decent team, I think, in the MAC, and they just haven't been very good lately. And I think they'll get better. And one problem's been that it's been their defense with Ohio. So we'll see if they can cover the number today. They can run away and hide.
Has South Florida shown anything in these victories? I mean, competition.
Yeah, their coach died right before the season. Yeah. So it's just a little bit. I don't think they know what's going on, at least right now during the year. And they're really not a team that I want to back or have my money on.
And Middle Tennessee, I mean, they lost by 21 points to Murray State. In that game, Murray State shot 61.5 from the field and 52.6 from three. I mean, you're going to lose to everybody if they shoot like that. But Middle Tennessee shot 17.4 from three. They play clean basketball. Do you have a lean on the side? Because I'm starting to lean towards Middle Tennessee State. Or is it, that was a real tough game that took a lot out of them. USF maybe wasn't pushed too hard against Portland Pilots. Do you have a lean on the side here? No,
I don't. I don't know how good this South Florida team is. Those wins weren't great. Again, they lost to Florida like they were hanging around. And I don't know how great this Middle Tennessee team is. I mean, and the key is that bad loss to Murray State. I mean, they did shoot it really great, but I don't know how good this team really is.
Okay, I have a lean to Middle Tennessee, but I'm not I'm not there yet. I'm not going to hem and haw here when we got capping to do. Also, our guy Jose Snips Bouquet has put the link in for our promos. We got a bunch of promos going on. Hit the link. You just put in your state or your province, and a legal American sports book will come up, and they've got a lot of nice offers. So take a look, click on it. It helps us out a lot, and also it's just so for transparency, and it's so important for you guys to know that we don't get a cent off of losses, not 1 cent. So we get a bonus for signing up, so it helps the channel. But we need you to take these books to the fucking cleaners. It's imperative that we succeed. So that's just important to know. Let's go on to another spot. I'm close to Middle Tennessee, though. I've got 2 hours and 7 minutes to make a decision around that. And again, I'm caught up in what I'm seeing right now from Ohio, which I shouldn't. Let's go back to the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic, TD Arena in Charleston, South Carolina. We have the Miami Hurricanes versus Oklahoma State Cowboys. You know, this is when the experts on the show are just so imperative, because, you know, we already got an idea from CMac what he thinks of this Hurricane team, but we have both teams coming off of losses here. Who is the real deal? The Oklahoma State FAU game fell apart. I mean, that was just nonstop fouls, nonstop nonsense here. Also, this comment here from our guy Skunt Blaster, it's not showing up on our YouTube here, so Jose's putting it up there. Just moved on Oklahoma State and Oklahoma State first half money line. Split on each. Miami is a fraud. Oklahoma State is pissed after yesterday's loss to FAU. Okay, that's very helpful. Justin McKelvey also just moved on Oklahoma State as well. Wager Detective saying that Middle Tennessee 13-15 last 28 neutral games, and Wager Detective saying USF 11-20. That's important. Thank you for that information. Okay, so the chat is spoken. We got our guys Norty and Norty, I should say Norty, and the Skunt Blaster and Justin McKelvey both moving on Oklahoma State. That loss to FAU. I mean, I didn't watch it. I was just seeing foul, nonstop foul. I mean, I was following it on my live Bet 365, so it was because we were on FAU, and it just looked like a horrific paced basketball game. And of course, 91 points were scored in the second half because of it. So I could understand that they might be an angry group, but Miami was embarrassed by Drake. And this again, I don't know if there's an advantage, from a situational here, because they're both angry groups. So now you have to, rely on your off-season capping, and that's why we have CMac here. This line opened up here where I'm looking at 8:16 a.m. at +5. It moved to 4.5. So we've had a half-point move to Oklahoma State. And on the total, let's get that up here quickly. On the total for this one, we have it sitting at 158.5. There's 158s across the board, really, but this is 158.5 minus 114 to the under. It hasn't moved off that number, 158. There's just been a 4-cent move to the under. Skunt Blaster said he watched it. As an FAU backer, I was worried the whole game. Honestly, Oklahoma State was the better team. There we go. Okay, so let's get into the cash flow for this one, and we get no information again with the setups. The match is not being set until yesterday. That we're not going to get a lot of market information on these spots. Take it away, CMac. I'm all ears. This is a fascinating cap. Hurricanes, Cowboys in the Charleston Classic.
Yeah, Oklahoma State did look really good for 35 minutes, or so. They looked really good in the first half, except for the last few minutes. This team still isn't good defensively, and that's a problem. And that's why they lost, especially with the team like FAU. And that's why this team hasn't been able to cover as big favorites this year, whether it was St. Thomas, Green Bay, Southern Illinois. I took advantage of it. One other thing, different scenario. They were dog a few times last year. Texas team hasn't covered a number in a long time, dating back to the last 10 games. They're 0-4 this year. But I think it's them or nothing in this spot. Miami, for how well, I mean, they shot it. I mean, from the floor was worse, but 38% from three. Drake didn't, but they both shot well from the free throw line, 25-29, 24-28. But then for them to lose by 11, they're still just not good defensively. And that's why a team like Drake, as gritty, plays a little bit defense. This Miami team just hasn't. At times, especially when they be at home years ago, and then they could really just outscore you. I don't think they really have that this year. They still have, some decent players and guards. Pack, Cleveland, some of these guys are all right. But, yeah, I think Miami shouldn't be laying it. Both teams are pissed. It's Oklahoma State or nothing. I totally agree.
And what is keeping you off? Just the fact that this Hurricane team is angry?
Yeah, I think both teams want to. So I'd want the points. Oklahoma State can't cover. They can't fucking cover a number. This team sucked. They were horrible as a dog last year. Now they've been a huge favorite to start the year. So maybe this is the spot. That's why I'd be on them or nothing.
I don't see a situational advantage. I hear what Skunk Blaster is saying. I hear that, and then obviously one team's getting 5 or 4.5 points, so there's an advantage there, that being the Cowboys. But I'm gonna stay off of it here as well. I can't be settled on an angle that I'm going to put my money on. Now, Skunk's different. He watched the game. He saw Oklahoma State as a better basketball team than FAU, but and Rogue Energy saying that's why he didn't bet this Miami could bounce back. So I will cheer you guys on in that one on the Cowboys. Let's roll on. We head to Colonial Hall in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. Have there ever been so many great basketball teams in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia? There's some big teams in this Greenbrier tip-off. This is the first one of the day. It's the Mountain Division. It's Pittsburgh Panthers 5-0 versus LSU Tigers 4-0. Nutflush says, how much you want to bet Jones ends up on Dallas? Yeah, I got to study exactly how that works because we're past the trade deadline. So can you just sign a free agent and have him ready for, I guess, I don't know how that, I got to study how that works. I mean, you would think a lot of teams, if you get him for $0, would see him as an upgrade at quarterback. Not a lot of teams, but let's say a small handful of teams. That's interesting, Nutflush. Does anybody know? I'm sure someone in the chat knows. Tell us, can the Cowboys just sign him and him be a part of the postseason? Not that the Cowboys are going to make the postseason. What am I talking about? But could he?
Who gives a shit? If he is, he's going to get killed.
That offensive line looks so bad. That team looks so bad. But that'd be a fun thing to cap. 2:30 p.m. Eastern, Greenbrier tip-off, Panthers, Tigers in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. Let's roll into this one. We have this total at 146.5. It opened up at 150. So now this opened up at 6:29 p.m. yesterday. So we'll have all the market information as well. So we've had a big move to the under in this one. On the spread, we have this with LSU 7.5 point dog. 7.5 point dogs minus 112. So this opened up with Pitt at -6. Now they're 7.5. When it first moved to 7.5, it was plus. Oh no, it wasn't. It's bounced back and forth at 7.5, but we still had that 1.5 move. So we had a move to the under and they move towards the Pitt Panthers. Let's get the cash flow up here. We have 25% of the tickets and 44% of the cash on Pitt. Interesting that it's moved a 1.5 in their direction. This is the point range that I have a negative ROI in, the 7 to 9. Then 72% of the tickets, 72% of cash on the over. Take it away, CMac. We got the Greenbrier tip-off, Panthers, Tigers.
Oh, this game was tough for me, Jimmy. I like what I've seen. Really, both these teams have looked pretty good. I think K-State's down, but that was a good win for LSU. But I still don't know how great this team is. I just think of their bad shooting and turnovers, especially the last couple of years, if that could change. And what we always get from these first few games, and then, it's they all play at home. They all play shitty teams for 3, 4, 5 games. Then they go play these tournaments before, Thanksgiving, this break. So how much do you take from these first few, basically 2 weeks? But Pittsburgh's looked really good. I mean, they kicked the shit out of West Virginia
by 24.
At home. Yeah, it looked very, very good. And even in these other ones, like the Murray State game, I mean, just took care of business with them too. Beat them by 15 or 16. They've been good on both sides of the balls. But now you go on a neutral floor. A lot of people loving them, and it moved that way. This was tough because I could see them winning here, and I think they're the better team. And I don't know enough of this LSU team here, Jamie, on a neutral floor and what they can do with a team like Pitt. This one was tough for me because I think if people see this, like, man, there's so much value here with LSU, but I think that could be a trap in this game. But I don't know. Like, I there's not enough for me to bet really either side with confidence.
Yeah, I got to get out of this. Maybe I should. I have in this range. It doesn't work for me, but I'm with Wage Detective. The market is appealing. Now, LSU did go into Kansas State and beat them by 11. Does that mean much? What do you think of Kansas State? I mean, Kansas State shot 37.7 from the field and 23.8 from three. LSU still turned the ball over 16 times.
Of course, yeah. K-State, I don't know what to make of them. I think today they have a decent spot to bounce back and maybe cover, but I think they're down a little bit. Yeah. But LSU, their defense was solid enough. And then their other wins have just been the poor Alcorn, Monroe. I don't know how much to go from that,
Yeah, that Pitt is appealing. And then so
the market's saying Pitt.
The market is saying Pitt. So the concern would be this. Pitt has played all their games at home. They're heading over to White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia for an early basketball game. That's the concern. Can you cover by margin in this situation?
Exactly.
And that's why you say in neutral sites, it's almost dog or pass sort of.
Yeah, for the most part, unless I really like a team in a spot that I would mind laying it. But yeah, that's doing this year in and year out. You learn these things and learn from the mistakes that you made.
Okay, well, I have some interest in Pitt. I have some interest in Middle Tennessee. Aubrey Travis saying LSU covers. Yeah, I don't know if I get.
Yeah, especially if they're clean. LSU, they take care of the ball. And how good is this Pitt team? Like, are we kind of crowning them and loving them because they've looked so good early here?
Yeah, 27-23 Drake, by the way. We are still 24 minutes from Longwood, UAB in East Carolina. My first action here today. Okay, we're going to roll on. We have one game at 3 o'clock, 2 at 3:30. Then we get into best bet time with CMac. So we're just rapid fire going through these early tourney games. And we go back to the Virgin Islands for this one. Illinois State Redbirds versus the McNeese Cowboys. We have the Redbirds, they started off with that loss to UT Martin, tough one, 67-65. They shot the ball horrifically, 29 from the field, 19.5 from three, and they lost, embarrassing fashion. Then they've looked pretty good. They beat North Dakota State by 9. They beat Ohio Bobcats by 10, and we're seeing Ohio beat up on the Pilots right now. So I think you can excuse that first game or blame the coach for not having his team ready. McNeese went into Alabama and played them tough. 72-64. I mean, that was impressive. This team then followed that up by beating North Texas 68-61. But depending on how you rate Alabama, that's impressive that McNeese went in and did that. So here we go. This is the first game for both these teams at the Paradise Jam. And let's get into the line history here. We have Illinois State plus 10.5. They opened up plus 9. There's been a 1.5 move towards McNeese State. Seems like an awful lot of points, even though they are the more battle-tested of the two. When we get to the total, we have a 137 minus 115 to the under, 5-cent move towards the under. So very little movement on the total. We should have market information, and we do. 19% of the tickets and 23% of the cash on McNeese. That's all that's moving this line. Public is on Illinois State, and books are opening up their arms to it. 79% of tickets, 78% cash on the over, and that line's not moving either, which does make that under appealing. Take it away for us here, CMac, Illinois State, McNeese.
Yeah, this market's a little bit interesting just because I think, to me, this total was a little bit too low. And I think they're going off because McNeese is better. And how great is this team? And are they really maybe this great defensive team? I mean, or is it just kind of who they played? They have a good, solid game against Alabama where they cover. And then, of course, they play a super slow, drag it out team, but they win with North Texas, who's not good offensively. Because when I think of McNeese, I think this team can flat score, and they did last year. This team can get buckets. So far this year, it hasn't been there, but it's early. They're not very good from the free throw line. And why I lean to this over too, Illinois State surprising, in the North Dakota State, the win, they beat Ohio like you talked about. Of course, they lost to UT Martin. And I think a bad shooting night is why it's really keeping me off from taking this, Jimmy, and a neutral floor. Because other than that, this team's been great. They shoot 38% from three. They're shooting almost 85% from the free throw line, third in the country. If they shoot like that again, because I think McNeese gets theirs, this game goes over. And even a McNeese team total over in this spot. Seems like a very good spot for them to get what they want in this game.
So you agree with this move from 9 to 10.5?
Yeah, a little bit. I like the over better than anything.
Is that something you want to make official here?
No.
Okay. All right, we're going to roll on. I'm going to stay off of that spot. Although, I mean, the market's telling us that the McNeese is the play. I don't find that appealing here. I'm still kind of, trying to figure out whether I move on the Pitt Panthers here. Okay, let's roll on. I mean, and then I think that Coin saying, wouldn't Pitt be used to this time zone? That's an interesting point from Coin. That's got to be another slight advantage for the Panthers. Slight advantage that LSU is playing in the morning for them, because this is the first game of this Mountain Division tip-off. That's wow, fascinating. Okay, I'm still close to moving in those directions. Ron Crawford in the house. Great to see you, Ronnie, my man. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We have two more spots. Afternoon basketball before we get into best bets here for Conor Mack. We have the boardwalk battle. James Madison Dukes versus the UC San Diego Tritons. We're at Ocean Center in Daytona Beach. Drake up 30-28 with a minute and a half left in that first half there. Let's get into James Madison, San Diego here, the boardwalk battle. The Tritons look good. Took out LaSalle by 5 last night. We thought they'd be at a big rebounding disadvantage, but that didn't seem to hurt them. We never capped the James Madison UIC game. It was a very early start yesterday. James Madison took care of business, 99 to 81. It started at 11 a.m. Eastern. Both teams shot nice from the field, but the game was won with James Madison shooting 41.7 from 3 and out rebounding the Flames as well. So the Dukes get a win. The Tritons get a win. Let's take a look at the line history here for this game. This game is popping off at 3:30 p.m. This total is a 143.5 at minus 107. Waiting at the God, it's going slow. I'm sorry. Let me just see if I can refresh it and make it faster. 143 at minus 107. I can tell you that the opener was a 146. Okay, this is frozen. My thing's frozen. So I'm gonna find. I'll come back to the line history here and jump in with it. But let's hear what our guy CMac has to say. James Madison Dukes, UC San Diego Tritons.
Yeah, this game should be a good one and a close game. And the line shows that here. UC San Diego kind of struggled early on against a decent LaSalle team, and they didn't have it all. Shots were dropping early, but they were able to kind of get it together in the second half and hit some big shots, from 3. Johnson was good. McGee wasn't especially good early, but he's still with 5. I think it's 5 of 13. Johnson was 5 and 9. So they're going to need those guys in a game like this. And they look good. They lost to Seattle. I had them early on the year. San Diego State kind of going through a little bit of their issue. We took them to 10.5. They lost by 5. I like both these teams. James Madison with the big win yesterday. Just seemed like everything was rolling for him against Illinois Chicago. They were really, really good in this game. And they even didn't shoot it from 3, really. They were just getting up and down, getting right to the hole with ease. So can they do that against this UC San Diego team that has better defensively? That's why I like them. This team is solid that way. And I think this game could be close. So as much as that game, like James Madison scored, I don't think they're going to have the same success. I lean to UC San Diego here in a close game and the under in this one as well. I think it's a lot tighter than low scoring.
I have to switch sites. That site's messed up right now, but we have an opener here for UC San Diego. Plus, this came out 8:16 this morning. Plus 2.5 minus 115. It's just plus 2.5 at minus 107 right now. So we have 8 cents of movement towards James Madison. On the total, it's stuck at 143.5. Just a tiny move to the under. Again, it's not been out for very long. By the way, Billy Friedrich says going to move on that McNeese Illinois State Redbird spot over 136.5 after listening to CMac's breakdown, looking into the numbers more. Mal. Oh,
if I get 135, I'm going to move on it. There's a 136 at Circa, yeah. So we'll see.
Okay. I'll keep looking for it too. That is the that one's at 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
so,
3 Eastern. Yeah.
If 135. Okay, that was James Madison, San Diego. A slight move towards James Madison. Again, we have no cash information, so no help in that regard. Okay. Coin saying that FAU under 146.5 looks promising at the half. He bet that live, put it out for us. 32-28 Drake leads. Great look there, Coin. And we have Billy Friedrich leaning to the over in this James Madison San Diego Triton spot. Let's move on to Texas for the Axum Classic. Presbyterian Blue Hose versus Youngstown State Penguins. Let's set this one up and hear what CMac thinks. Again, we have just the this is the last one. The next is Wisconsin UCF, and we get into best bets. By the way, we have right now Ohio up 16 at the break, Drake up 4 at the break here, and then my first action pops off in 13 minutes. Presbyterian and Youngstown State in the Axum Classic. We saw Youngstown State get destroyed by Ohio State 81-47, a bounce back in a big way, losing in double overtime to Syracuse, and then beat Monmouth by 10. Presbyterian went to NC State and only lost by 9. Beat Wofford, then lost badly by 18 to Kennesaw State, and then beat SF Austin 58-55 in overtime yesterday for this opportunity, while Youngstown State beat Monmouth yesterday. So this is the second game for each of these teams in the Axum Classic. Let's get into the line history here. Again, I switched off to a different book, so it's a little different, but I'll get rolling here. We have right now 5.5s across the board. We'll take a look here. 5.5. So we've had no movement. This has been out since 8:31 a.m. Oh, I take that back. We've had 7 cents of movement towards Youngstown State. Why don't we check BetMGM? They have 5 cents of movement towards Youngstown State, and they open this up at 6:41 a.m. Caesars has not moved this line from opening at 9:41 a.m. This total opened up at 137.5, dropped to 135, and then got up to 135.5 at Caesars. So it's dropped 2 points there. BetMGM a little different because they got in a little earlier. They opened this up at 137.5, and then it went up to 138.5 before dropping to 134.5. A 4-point move on the total at BetMGM. A penny. We're not going to be talking about those books, but a 138 there and dropping it to 135. Let's get into the cash flow for this one, and we have cash flow information. 38% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on Youngstown State. 75 and 72 on the over. Take it away for us here, CMac. Blue Hose, Youngstown State Penguins.
Yeah, the Hose. Blue Hose. Playing some decent basketball and covering some numbers. I think they can. Here again, to me, it would be a little bit bigger, I think, like 7.5, 8. So I thought there just wasn't enough value, but I think they can hang. Youngstown, both these teams, we go through a lot. We're going to hit some teams going down. It could be a struggle to watch. These teams can struggle from the field. These teams have struggled from 3. Presbyterian's been better, but Youngstown State hasn't. Thank God even in that game at Syracuse, I think they shot 26% from 3. I mean, they shoot 21%, shoot 24% on the year. Are they going to maybe get hot? That's what I was worried about too. But in the end, I don't really trust their defense at all here with Youngstown, especially one team. It's been a little bit like Toledo. They kind of have to outrun you and score a bunch because I don't trust a team like that to lay points, and it hasn't worked out for them, the last few years. So I think Presbyterian wants to slow this down. That's why it's come down a little bit on the total, and then they can hang around. I lean the 5.5 here or so with Presbyterian.
All right, I'll lean here towards these Blue Hose for CMac. All right, that was the Axum Classic. So that is the afternoon action here for everybody. Let's just take a look and see if we can find that total and see where it is right now. Again, it doesn't pop off till 3 p.m., but CMac looking for the over in Illinois State McNeese. So let's just go over there quickly, and then we'll roll into best bet time here. So line history on the total, and we have, just 136.5. Wow, some books are still hanging 137s. Nothing under 136.5 unless anyone else can get there. So we'll wait and see on that one. Okay, Aubrey Travis says Ron Crawford. Is there the Ron Crawford piano? Ron Crawford best bet is in, and it is Arizona money line. Is there the Ron Crawford piano? Says our friend Aubrey Travis. And here you go. Here is the Ron Crawford clip. Ron Crawford! So we've flipped the script, man. And hopefully we can get Ron's band to rock for us at Pubapalooza. Okay, we are going to set up the first of best bets for our guy, CMac, and we head back to White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. And this is a big one. The number 19th ranked Wisconsin Badgers versus the UCF Knights. This is a big one here. Let's set this one up. We have Wisconsin undefeated on. Oh, I got to switch. Oh, we did that. Beautiful. Thank you, Jose. We got Wisconsin undefeated on the season. And was that a look? Sorry, from Troy. Troy is on Pitt -7.5. That's appealing here. Okay. I'm close. I'm close to Middle Tennessee and Pitt. Close. God, I think I might do it. Morgan Spooner on UCF +5 here. Let's get that copied and pasted, and let's set up this cap here for best bet number 1. These both teams are undefeated. Wisconsin, took out Arizona by 15. That was very, very impressive. Very impressive victory. They opened with that 12-point win over they beat Holy Cross, then Montana State, then App State. They destroyed App State. And then they had a real tough test, a surprisingly tough test against the Vaqueros of Rio Grande Valley. Very, very, very tight game. Bit of a wake-up call at the Kohl Center for these Badgers. Probably a good wake-up call. Probably a really good wake-up call. Going up against UCF, we saw UCF take out Florida Atlantic by just 6 points. They beat Texas A&M by 3 points to get the year started. And a little cupcake spot against the Tennessee Tech to get their final game before this tournament. DC Capron, Wisconsin -5. Billy Friedrich giving Yari confirmed in net. I really need to know Buffalo's goaltending situation. I had this fear. I almost bet it, and I was like, what if they want Reimer to face the Ducks, who he just was picked up from? And I was like, I just can't be that guy who's got a whole angle and plan and then has that dropped on my plate. So I've not moved on that one yet, but thank you for sharing the Yari information. Let's get into the line history here. We have, I forgot I switched over books. And by the way, CMac, I can't find anything under 136.5 right now for that Illinois State, McNeese State. So if you can find something, let me know. We're still kind of on. I'll keep checking.
Yeah, there's just the 136 at Circa.
And you're close to that, or you're looking for less?
135.
Okay. We have a UCF right now. We'll go over to this book here. UCF opening up +4.5 and -108. Got up to 5.5. Was at 5.5 for most of this morning. It's come back to 5. So we have a half-point move towards the Badgers. BetMGM hasn't done that. BetMGM opened this up at 4.5 last night, moved it to 5.5 at 10:20 p.m. and it's brought back to 4.5. So this is just sitting at 4.5 there. But Pinnacle has moved it a half point towards Wisconsin, and it had a full point there for a little bit. Oh, sorry, I meant to not say that. We have, from a total standpoint, we have a 149 opener down to 147.5. So it's dropped 1.5 towards the under. And we will have cash flow information on this big one at 5 p.m. And we have 26% of the tickets and 15% of the cash on Wisconsin. That is really interesting. 4,659 tickets in. 47 and 47 on the over. Take it away for us. Morgan Spooner on UCF +5 here. Take it away for us, CMac. Best bet number 1, Wisconsin UCF.
Yeah, Wisconsin off the big win at home against Arizona. I kind of knew that was not the best spot. We'll see what Arizona. They're a good team. It's been a problem. No, Duke hasn't traveled a lot in non-conference like in this. They haven't just played plenty big games, but they play at Arizona tonight. We'll see if they can get it done. I think Arizona can bounce back at home. But Wisconsin's been good. They've been shooting the ball well. They lost. They lost Storr to Kansas, their top scorer. The point guard Hepburn's gone to Louisville. Blackwell's been good. He had 30 points this Wisconsin team's been shooting it pretty well. It was great from the free throw line. And then they were in a complete flat spot against Rio Grande Valley. It's 21-point favorites, only win by 3. On the other side here, UCF, Seller's been out, and people are making kind of a big deal of that. But I think this team's deep with Hall, Johnson, Coleman. They played great team defense, and they could score. So, of course, you want him in, but I don't think it hasn't mattered much already. Already beat A&M in the FAU game we just talked about. I took the 5.5 last night here with UCF. I want them on a neutral floor in these points. Let's see if I'll dare Wisconsin to beat me. And we'll see if they could change things around defensively, because I think they haven't looked great, but it's so early in the year to go off that. And they already have the big win at home against Arizona. So, yep, UCF. Can you only give me a 5?
No, I can do a couple different things here. I mean, I just want to see what the cost of a 5.5 would be. So I'll take a look, because I'll take a look here and see what I can find. So we have Morgan Spooner with you on UCF +5. I'm going to see. I might be able to get more. Here, let's get over here to NCAA. Best bet number 1. Aubrey Travis liking UCF early in the first half. We have the 5. Sorry, here we go. I can get you. Yeah. Unfortunately, that the 5.5's -122.
I got here at the Westgate. 5.5 -110.
Okay, perfect. Okay. CMac moving best bet number 1, UCF +5.5 -110 available right now at the Westgate. Let's roll on. Next up, we have the Cream City Challenge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Panther Arena. Wofford Terriers 1-3 versus the Tommies of St. Thomas, Minnesota. Let's get this one set up here. We just saw Wofford lose 86-35 at Duke. You know, they played Lipscomb tough, they played Presbyterian tough, and then they just got annihilated by Duke 86-35. And St. Thomas just played Arizona State pretty tough, 81-66. They also lost at Oklahoma State 80-71. You know, both teams have traveled and are sort of battle tested, but Wofford, of course, coming off that horrific performance. We have a look from my dude on Sacramento, a Rogue Energy here on St. Thomas, and Billy Friedrich on St. Thomas as well. Let's get into the line history for this one. Oh, shit. Over here. We have, I'm using a secondary site now because I'll go see if the other one's back up. But we have St. Thomas as, let's go over to the right book, not that way. Okay, here we go. We have St. Thomas opening up -2. That's where they are right now, -2, but there's been 7 cents of movement. BetMGM opened this up -1.5. Wow, they've flipped this. These lines are all over the place. Right now, Wofford is the favorite here at BetMGM. Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
So at Penn, oh no, sorry, I was tripping out. I didn't look at the plus and the minus. So sorry, let's go back. This opened up with the Tommies as favorites at -2. They're now +2. There we go. Sorry, my bad. Wofford opening up at +2 and is now -2. Wofford has gone from dog to favorite. Now we saw the dog to favorite angle, not work with the Bobcats yesterday. There was another spot escaping me where it didn't work as well. But that's a big move, especially off of getting dominated. Wofford moving from dog to favorite. This total is sitting at 143. There's been a 7-cent move towards the under at 143. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 67% of the tickets and 40% of the cash on Wofford, 35 and 36 on the over. Billy Friedrich saying Wofford is really bad. This is the type of situation, CMac, where I would love to back Wofford. Not even the dog to favorite thing, just after getting absolutely annihilated and getting that slap in the face and then regrouping and then playing again. And now we have the dog to favorite. The only issue here is we have Rogue Energy and Billy Friedrich and Cappers here on the other side. So take it. Oh, I did the cash flow. Take it away for us. Wofford Terriers, St. Thomas, Minnesota Tommies. And also, I wonder if you're surprised that the public is on Wofford. 67% of the tickets on the spread. You know what? I should take a look at the money line here. The money line is 44% of the tickets and 58% on Wofford. So that gives a better idea here. Billy Friedrich says St. Thomas leads in most every offensive efficiency category, and Wofford has a huge travel spot. It's right up the road for the Tommies. And date-wise for the travel spot, I mean, Wofford, played on Saturday, so I think they've had enough time to prepare for this. The Tommies played on Sunday. Take it away, CMac. Best bet time, Wofford, St. Thomas.
Yeah, they're rested in this game. I don't mind that this is moved to. This would be the Wofford play here, Jimmy, if they were at home. They're not at home here. They're on a neutral floor in a travel spot, and they're not the better basketball team, hands down, in every single category. Like Billy just talked about, offensively, and even on the defensive side of the ball, Wofford's numbers are horrible. And this Wofford team, whoever wants to take them, go ahead. They've been just dreadful. I mean, this year they haven't covered a number. Last year they couldn't cover a number. They were bad last year in spots where I'd want to take them in the past. They just weren't very good and couldn't get it done, even at home. So I'm on St. Thomas here. I think they went outright. I'll take the 2.5 here. They got the better shooters. And if this is why I'm on it too. This is one where I want to take advantage of the neutral floor on close travel with the St. Thomas team. You talked about both being tested. Yeah, I think, been all right. I think this Wofford team isn't great shooting it. St. Thomas is better. They look pretty good. They were covering that Arizona State game too, and let that slip. And Arizona State won by covered by a couple points. But even that was tight and got it down to 5 in the second half. So, yeah, you St. Thomas.
St. Thomas here. Do you have a 2.5 available for you? I can only get +2s.
Let me look here.
Yeah, the 2.5s are actually kind of expensive too, which shows some legitimacy here for the spot. The +2 I can get with regular VIG. A couple books have moved it to 1.5, and Pinnacle is.
I think the only one is Caesars, 2.5 -110.
All right, you are.
Let me double check it.
You are locked in. CMac, we have a couple questions from the chat before we get into your final 3 best bets, but a St. Thomas move here for CMac. We have Leroy Flood earlier. I wanted to know what you thought of the under 157 in the Hurricane game that pops off at 2 p.m. Miami, Oklahoma State. He's looking at the under 157.5. What did you think of that spot?
I couldn't do it, not with those two teams. Now, it might be high enough to look at that under, but both those teams have just been at a pace up and down, and they haven't played defense. Oklahoma State, even less than Miami. When you watch like a team like Southern Illinois or even St. Thomas, these teams are scoring in the mid-70s. So Miami should have plenty of success. Big number, though. I really had no opinion. I think there's points, but I don't know if we can get over that.
All right. That is excellent. We also, and a bunch of people rocking with you on the St. Thomas spot. And then we have Ricky Bobby asking what you think of the UCF Wisconsin first half under or the under in general.
I like it. It correlates with UCF for me. Wisconsin's been better, but what do you take from these early games here, Jamie? They were at home, but the defense was lax for them. That was another thing why I'm not on this under, because these neutral sites, though, I want unders. I've made a ton of money from them. Different gyms, sight lines, bad shooting in these places. So, but Wisconsin's just been at a pace that's been a little bit high, and they've been shooting the ball well. I think that changes, of course, while we get to conference play. But for now, it was a little bit higher. So,
all right. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. Best bets with Conor Mack here. And we head to Freedom Hall, Johnson City, home of the East Tennessee State basketball team. Let's see what we have set up here for game 3 of the best bets from CMac. Let me get this all rolling. This one pops off at 7 p.m. Eastern, South Carolina Upstate at East Tennessee State. And I should have this here. Sorry, I didn't have it all set up for you guys. Here we go. Okay, let's get into the line history. I got my old site back up, so I should be moving quicker here. So for our first spot, we have East Tennessee State 11.5-point favorites here. 11.5 at -104. This opened up at 12 and dropped down to 10.5 this morning, and now it's at 11.5. So we've still had a half-point move to USC Upstate. When we get to the total here in this one, sorry, here we go. When we get to the total for this spot, we have a 155 juice to the over 155. It's juiced to the over at minus. I just came back 5 cents. Came back 1 minute ago, so it's now -112. Was -117. I came back a minute ago. This opened up at 152.5. And when we get to the cash flow information here, sorry guys, there's so many games. It's tricky. Bouncing back and forth. Here we go. We have 88% of tickets and 97% of the cash on USC Upstate. Wow. And then 69 and yeah.
I mean, we could cut this. I don't want it at 10.5.
You don't want? Well, it's moved back to 11.5, but still not good enough. Just for our info, why don't we hear what the plan was? We did watch USC Upstate head to Wake Forest and lose by 5. We also saw them go to UNC Wilmington and lose by, oh no, that was at home, lose by 4 there. We have East Tennessee State's been off for a little while. We also just saw them lose 76-70 at Davidson. Let's just, what was the plan going to be?
Well, this was just up here for me last night at 12.5 value spot here for Upstate. Normally a team I don't want on the road, really. They covered at Wake. I took them back at home against Wilmington. I thought that was a great spot. But I think they're a little bit just as par as this team, and that's why I saw the 12.5 in value. It was a little bit like yesterday. UT Martin was catching 11 against Texas Corpus Christi. What the fuck is Texas Corpus Christi laying 11.5? And that's similar here with East Tennessee State. This team hasn't showed me anything. This team consistently at home, even last year, didn't cover numbers at all. They beat Mercer by 11. They lost to Western Carolina. Close wins to Citadel. There's nothing. They had 1 13-point win last year early at home against Kansas City. So that would have got them the cover here. And I like this Upstate team. And I think in every category, they're just as on par with this East Tennessee team, at least right now, and how they're playing. New coach there at Upstate. I talked about last time we were here. Our guy, Mr. Dean, is there. So yeah, I just had the 12.5, and that's what I want in this game.
Yeah, I get it. It's moved a little too far here. Quick move. Shout out to MMA Locker Room, our guy Mills. Of course, the UFC starts for Mills at 12 a.m. Pacific. It's a little easier. Finally, the West Coast Cappers have an advantage on the East Coast Cappers. It starts at 3 a.m. for Brizzy, and our live stream starts at 3 a.m. Eastern. So get a nap in and make sure that you're stocked up with alcohol. It's going to be a late night here on Pub Sports Radio. Shout out to all of our UFC cappers and shout out to Locker Room Podcast. What a phenomenal job they're doing over there with the Locker Room Podcast. It's our showcase video most of the time on our channel. It's our big hit show. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. I am going to have the note there. USC wanted the 12.5. All right, Sunshine Slam. We had the Rose Hill Gym in the Bronx, home of the Fordham Rams. We're 2-0 in the Rose Hill Gym, going up against the Drexel Dragons. This one also popping off at 7 p.m. Second to last spot of best bets here from our guy CMac. Let me just, I had everything set up except for the spread and the total. Here we go. This total is at 136.5, a lower total. Opened up at 136.5, went up to 137.5 for a cup of coffee, and is back at 136.5. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have sorry, guys. Here we go. We have Fordham -7 at -106. This opened up -5. We've had a 2-point move toward the Rams. We've only seen them at home a couple times, and one was against a Div 3 college. The only real time we saw them at home was that 78-63 win over Binghamton. They're coming off the 78-76 loss at Manhattan. Drexel snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 67-61 road win at Fairfield last out. They shot 47.3 from the field, and they turned the ball over 13 times. Fairfield only 6, but they, got off to a huge lead in this one. They were up 29 to 24-11, 29-13. Fairfield did battle back. Let's get into the cash flow. We've talked to the line history. 83% of the tickets and 83% of the cash on Drexel. Wow. And it's moving. It's now 84-84 on Drexel, and yet this has moved towards Fordham. 43-44 on the over. Take it away, CMac. Your next game on the board, Dragons Rams in the Bronx.
Yeah, Fordham here. Pretty big favorites. I think they could win this game, but I don't know if they could cover this number. Fordham a little bit of a team that wants to get up and down a little bit. Not great defensively, but that'll work out because this Drexel team is not very good on offense. They've shot the ball from 3 pretty good so far this year, but that's a small sample size. What I love about this Drexel team is just their defense can kind of keep them in games, and they're slow pace that cashed tons of unders for me last year and already once this year. I think they keep this game in the 60s. Their pace of play was 321 last year. It's 338. Now Fordham's a little bit quicker, pace, and they like to get up and down. But I see this game as one team, even like Fordham or Drexel, just bad shooting night. And I see it more like the Seton Hall game, maybe not 57-56 and that tight, but I see the margin tight in this game. I see this game in the 60s. Give me the under 137.
Under 137. I'll look and see if I can get some VIG down. What is the juice you have in front of you?
-110, Caesars.
Okay, I will look and see if I can beat that. Under.
Here we go. DraftKings 108.
138. Oh, minus
137 -108. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will keep looking as well. CMac is in on Drexel, Fordham under.
I like Drexel too. I lean to them with the points, like Rogue Energy said. 7.
Yeah, the market is not helpful in that regard. If you had said you were on Fordham, I would have run with you. Let's talk about the last spot on the board. Is the Cancun Challenge taking place in Laramie, Wyoming, where you wouldn't expect a Cancun Challenge. Southeast Louisiana Lions 2-2, 1-2 on the road. Wyoming Cowboys 3-1, 3-0 at home. Wyoming 12-point favorites, -12, -108. They opened -10 at -110. So we've had a 2-point move towards the Cowboys. Let's get to the total in this one. Here we go. We have a big 12-point favorite. We also have a total of 141. This opened up at 142. It is juiced to the under at -115. We have these Lions coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak. I mean, that was tough competition. They went into UAB, lost by 10, went into Mississippi State, lost by 21, came and then followed that up with a win on the road over UL Monroe, 70-67. They shot 54.7 from the field, just 28.6 from 3. They turned the ball over too much and they weren't hitting their threes, but they still did enough for the victory. Wyoming got destroyed, absolutely mauled at Texas Tech, 96-49. Bounced back with an 86-69 victory over Utah Tech. That's where we stand. Let's hear the plan of attack here. Did I pull up the cash flow? Sorry, I didn't. Let's just go over the cash flow quickly here for the Southeast Louisiana Wyoming spot at 8:30. It's taking a second. There should only be 1 or 2 8:30 games. Here we go. 35% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on Wyoming. We've seen the market move in their direction. 62 and 63 on the under. We've seen a slight move towards the under. Take it away for us, CMac. Your last spot on your best bet card. Lions, Cowboys, and Laramie.
Yeah, I had it circled last night, and I want to see how stuff moved this morning. And I loved it that this total's moved down a little bit. Both these teams don't play defense at all. I mean, horrific on both sides of the ball. One place, Wyoming, they will be better, is at home here, and they're going to shoot the ball well in this spot. But I think Southeastern Louisiana is going to be able to score too, because Wyoming just can't stop anything. You talked about Texas Tech, and they got their ass beat. Here, they'll be able to score plenty on this Southeastern Louisiana team in a place where it's going to probably be nobody's going to fucking be there. It's going to be like a scrimmage, just going up and down. I think there'll be plenty of shots being made, and these teams are decent shooting teams. Wyoming not very good from the free throw line, but they chuck threes. They can hit them. I think it's just going to get up and down. When I saw the 140, this was a green light for me to take the over. I think it gets there easy. And two, but I think it correlates with the Wyoming, their team total over the 75 and a half. But I think Southeastern Louisiana could do their own. This is kind of like, where they beat Utah Tech. I just see that's a similar game here tonight, where we're not going to see a ton of defense. We're going to see both teams get up and down and score. Or like Tennessee State, where they're 81-66. It's just going to be similar to that here. It gets over, Jim.
I can only get a 140 and a half. Can you find a 140?
That's fine if that's all you can get. I think that's all I see too.
We were able to find you, and thanks to Coin, I even found it with a couple cents off. We were able to get you a 137 and a half in Drexel, Fordham. So we'll give you
What's
that.
The juice?
Minus 108.
Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. That's good.
We're in business there. Let me just see if I can find a better number here. I don't know if I can. The under. Yeah, I doubt it. The under. Oh, sorry. It's the over. What am I talking about? Yeah, I can't.
I'm on the over.
Over 140 and a half at minus 110. I'm right with you, Trinzy. I'm right with you, but I also want the under, and I want to know who's in net for the Sabres. But I'm right with you. I think that, especially when the Ducks get healthy, I mean, imagine how good they're capable of being. All right, let's review all action here for our guy, CMac. We have a move on UCF plus 5.5. That's where he gets his card started. UCF plus 5.5. He's on the St. Thomas, Minnesota Tommies at plus 2.5 and minus 110. He's on the under 137.5 in Drexel, Fordham, and the over 140.5 in Southeast Louisiana, Wyoming Cowboys for our guy, CMac. CMac, is there anything else that you wanted to add to your official record here, my man?
No, I like to be on Upstate, but I just don't want to give a shitty line here. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. Absolutely. You are locked and loaded, my friend. And will you be rocking Friday action with Bobano on the Hitting the Books college basketball show today?
Yeah, check us out later today. We'll hit some of these later games and go over them that are on the later card tonight.
I love it. I love it. CMac, thank you so much for rocking with us. Become a subscriber of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. I'm a subscriber. Please support our guys, CMac and Bo Bano, and catch CMac every Wednesday with Jose Bouquet and every Friday right here on Betting with the Bag. Thank you for all your hard work, CMac, my man. Please support him also on X at Conor Mac Picks. CMac, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, shout out to all you guys in the chat. Morgan Spooner, best goddamn chat in the goddamn game, hands down. I've always said it. Nunya, Ron Crawford, Billy Friedrich, Rod Z, my dude, Aubrey Travis, Turnsy, Wager Detective, Coin, everyone in here, Ricky Bobby, Kong's Clips, Unload the Clip, MMA Locker Room. That is it. We swept the board last Friday. Let's do it again, Jimmy. Let's stay hot. My losses, too, are barely lately, too. Even on Wednesday, I should have covered that Rutgers under and go 2-0. with Jose. There's about 22 points the last 2 minutes. One of those games where they had a 7-point lead, the foul game. Fuck me. That would have been easy money. So yeah, let's stay hot. Let's keep winning, baby.
There he is, our guy, Conor Mack. Longwood is fired out of the gates. 24 points in the first 9 minutes and 26 seconds of the basketball game. So the live total about 10 points higher. UAB only has 16 points. I imagine that Longwood should be able to dictate some pace here and slow this game down. We shall see here. Lots of room. No one in the bonus yet, but I kind of like Longwood in this spot to fade UAB. I wish I had gone in that direction rather than the under, which isn't looking very good right now. We'll keep an eye on it though. There he is, CMac in the house. And also the trend's not looking good for my plan of attack. He says, Rodswag says, bet against Winnipeg in away or neutral games on the money line after 3 consecutive non-conference games. Winnipeg record since the 2024 season, 0-8. 0-8. You mean since the 2023-24 season? 0-8. And then he says, bet on Buffalo in away or neutral games on the money line against good starting goaltenders. Save with the save percentage over 915. Record since the 2024 season, 9-1. If Dostal is starting, Rodswack is going to be on Buffalo. Very, very interesting trends. I will talk about why I'm on the other side of those trends, but they're crucial and important information that I love very, very much. So thank you for sharing that with us, Rod. We move on more college basketball and we switch gears and we bring on the star of Medicate Mondays and the tailgate every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Coming to us from Dallas, Texas. Please welcome Daby Cab to the show. Daby Cab, what's good, man? How are you?
And every time we get close to Saturday right about now, I feel the adrenaline starting to kick in. I love this time of year, man. I love doing it with you, Jimmy, you guys in the chat. Shout out to my dude, Justin. He's been texting. I'm ready to hit it today, tomorrow. We got to make money this weekend. I sucked yesterday, and it was very frustrating to see both teams that I bet on win the game, right? Baylor and Memphis, and somehow still lose my bets that I made on the game. Even after acknowledging that Memphis wasn't good in the first half, I still bet it like an ass clown. You know what? I made a mistake, but today we're going to get right. We're going to make money, so it's all good.
Well, we believe in you, my friend, and you are talking 2 giant basketball games here. So let's get this all set up. We start at 9:30 p.m. Eastern in Nassau, Bahamas, for the number 13th ranked Baylor Bears versus the Tennessee Volunteers. Some people thought that was too big of a spread against Virginia, and Tennessee smashed and grabbed 64-62. Baylor showed a lot of toughness to win the basketball game yesterday, double overtime against St. John's, who were ready for that level of competition. So it was, even though they didn't cover, it was impressive, but Tennessee smash and grabbed. Let's get into the line history. This big match starts at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We have a total of 142. It's heavily juiced to the under. You see 141 and a halves and 140, 141 and a halves and 141s. This is minus 121 to the under 142. So it's basically a 141, but it opened up at 143 and a half. So we've had a big move to the under. You wonder if, these are young kids and it's just the first game, but if there's any kind of exhaustion from this Baylor squad after that double overtime victory. When we get to the spread here, we have the market moving towards Tennessee. It opened up at minus. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, my bad. I was looking at a different book opener. This opened up at -5. Immediately went to -4. It was immediate 1-point move to Baylor, and then a half-point back, a buyback to Tennessee. So it's gone from -5 to -4.5. And I'm not sure if we're going to get cash flow. These are huge basketball teams, but no, it just hasn't been. This line hasn't been out for long enough, so we're getting no cash information. But we can cap the X's nose. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, the Bahamas Championship, Baylor, Tennessee.
Yeah, anyone who watched the game yesterday is going to understand what I'm saying here. Or if you watched Miami last year, Norchad Omir's presence down low is demanding. He's not the biggest guy. He's big, don't get me wrong, but he's not like the biggest big, but he's mobile. He can move. And he demands the ball. He demands presence, right? And he was the game changer for me yesterday in that game. It sucked. Jeremy Roach had a shot there at the end of regulation. He had the shot at the end of the first overtime. It was Edgecombe who had the shot at the end of regulation that would have covered my 2.5. And he just missed it, man. It was right there. I swear to God, I thought it was going in too. And usually I'm not positive. Like usually I see it up. I'm like, no, I saw it. I was like, that's going to fucking go in. Didn't go in. It is what it is. But this team fought, right? They fought, just to get back from being down 20. Then they take it into overtime. And then in the second overtime, they're down 5 points with 20 seconds on the clock or something like that. I don't remember the exact time, but it was over. Baylor lost this game. And then they hit a ridiculous 3 that had no business going in, right? St. John's went down, missed their free throws, and then Baylor hits another 3. And now we're here. All that being said, I like Tennessee here. I have not pulled the trigger on Tennessee simply because I'm 0-2 betting Baylor this year. And I know these motherfuckers are going to turn around and win this basketball game just to spit in my face to make me 0-3 when I bet on them. But there is a way that I want to attack this game. I have not decided exactly what I'm going to make official with it just because they're slow with the props in college basketball. They will be up before the game, though. So you got a couple people on Tennessee's team that I want to look at. Chaz Lanier yesterday, he was 6 for 12 from the 3-point line, just letting it rain. And then you look at his other games. His first 3 games, he hit 4, 3, and 3, and all 3 of those. His number is going to be set at 2.5. And when I get that number, like I said, it's not there yet. When I get that number, I'm going to move on it. And depending on what that number is, I might also add Zakai Ziegler. His 3s also, because his will be set at 2.5. His is set at 2.5. Excuse me. It's plus 150 at 2.5. One of those guys is getting it. All right. And if they're both plus money, I know that's kind of a cheap way to take a bet, but if they're both plus money, you're at least in the green if one does. Both of them might. Baylor doesn't play defense, and we saw that yesterday. They've got some great offensive players, and they're going to put up points. And I think, even with the double overtime, there's enough momentum and adrenaline coming into a game like this against a team like Tennessee to where they're going to have the energy. I just don't like Baylor's defense. And I think Tennessee is going to be able to, dictate the pace of this game because Tennessee plays better defense and because Tennessee has the ability to push the pace when they want. They dictate the pace. They win this game how they want. And I'm going to look at those props as soon as I get them.
Sorry. So so they're both going to be the over 2.5 threes?
Yes, I will. I'll text you and I'll post it when I'm there. Just let me get the numbers on it and I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
Because depending on the number with Lanier, he might be lower. So I might only move on his. That's why I want to see what the number is for him. That's all I'm waiting on.
All right. So, I have it all set up here for your plan of attack. So just let us know. So a couple prop plans for Daby Cab. He's going to sit with it. And are you going to stay off the Volunteers?
I think so, man. I think so. It's just because it's early. And like I said, I don't want to hate Baylor that much. And if they find a way to can make me lose another bet on them this early in the season, that'll put the wrong I try and keep bias out of my capping, right? If I lose with somebody, I'm like, all right, maybe there will be the right place to go again. But if Baylor fucked me again today, that would be too much.
All right. Let's roll on to your next spot on the board. Another big one here for Daby Cab. We have the Duke Blue Devils versus the Arizona Wildcats. We are at McHale Memorial Center in Tucson, Arizona. Wildcats 2-1, undefeated at home. Duke Blue Devils 3-1, their first road game of the year. We just talked about their annihilation of Wofford 6 days ago on Saturday, 86-35. And Arizona's getting a wake-up call. A little slap in the face from Wisconsin, 103-88. That was on Friday last week. So that is where we stand right now. Take a look in the chat. We have a Duke money line from Billy Friedrich and Ron Crawford. As we talked about earlier, the NCAA play of the day is Arizona on the money line. By the way, we have also Rod Zwacki says bet against Baylor in away or neutral games on the first half line. So bet against Baylor in the first half after covering 3 of their last 4 against the spread. Baylor record on the first half line since 2024, 1-8 against the spread. So he is on the Volunteers -2 first half. Stacks play of the day number 2 is also on Arizona. So we have the corner of Ron Crawford and Stacks Boulevard.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
We have probably a better idea if we use the money line, but Arizona opened up -1.5 and moved to +1 around 1 or 2 this morning. They became the dog. Then they became the favorite again this morning, and they are right now -1.5. So we've had actually like a 2-cent move towards Duke at this number at 1.5, but I think we're probably better off taking a look at the money line. So why don't we move over to the money line? By the way, Drake up 7 right now on Florida Atlantic, playing good basketball. On the money line here for our last game on the there's North Carolina, Hawaii, a little after midnight, but we have Arizona right now at -120. They opened up at -108. Now -118. Sorry, there was a move 4 minutes ago, a 2-cent move towards Duke. So it's basically a pick'em situation here. Let's get to the cash flow for this giant basketball game. We have on the spread 60% of the tickets, 67% of cash on Duke. On the total, on the money line, we have 87% of the tickets on Arizona, but just 43% of the cash. And then on the total, 63 and 61 on the under. Daby Cab, is this a bounce back spot for the Wildcats of Arizona? Take it away.
I mean, I think it could be. Can you tell me the money one more time on the spread or on the money line, whichever one you just read?
Sure. On the money line, there's only 13% of the tickets on Duke, but 57% of the cash. So big bets coming in on them, and not very many tickets. On the spread, it's different. 60% of the tickets and 67% of the cash.
Okay, so Duke's got the money on both, right? So Duke's and that's kind of where I thought it would be. I think I figured people would be leaning Duke because of that game against Wisconsin. But listen, I'm not trying to take anything away from Wisconsin, and I'm not somebody that gets up here and likes to talk about refs because it is what it is. The refs fucking sucked in that game, though, okay? Wisconsin had I don't remember how many free throws it was in the first half, but it was just ridiculous. Every fucking time they dribbled into the paint, it was whistle was blowing. It wasn't even fun to watch, personally, for me. So, again, not trying to take away from Wisconsin there, but I think Arizona was slowed down and not allowed to do what they usually do, and that's not going to happen here at home. It's just not going to happen, right? And as much as I like Duke and I like some of their young players like Flagg, if you look at the end of that Kentucky game, I don't want to say he choked because he had, 26 points or something like that in the game. He had a great game, but he missed free throws that were important. He missed shots that were important. Down the end of the line, when the game was on the line, he struggled a bit, and that's going to happen for freshmen, right? It's not going to happen for people like Caleb Love and some of these players in the Arizona lineup that have been there for me. So I like Arizona here. I'm just taking them full game, not going first half, not making multiple bets. I'm just on Arizona here, and that's where I'm at.
Arizona here for Daby Cab. Do you want Arizona money line -118?
Yes. I learned that fucking lesson yesterday. Shout out to Babano. I should have just been on Baylor money line. -136. That was greedy. There was no reason not to just pay it.
There's been a lot of talk about that in college basketball as the one sport where you don't try to knock the vig down, which is interesting. I still need to sit with it for longer. Arizona -118. We got a lot of interesting stuff coming from the Cappers in the chat as well. A lot of interesting stuff here. We have Real Madrid says Wildcats huge, will crush. Ricky Bobby on Arizona and the over. Wager Detective believing that Duke is the sharp play and Arizona is the public play. Rod Zwacky says bet on Arizona after allowing 85 points or more. Arizona record since the 2023 season 8-0 against the spread. Picks from Dave on the over as well. And Christopher Carter says you can put together a beautiful SGP. Flagg 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and an adjusted line of Duke plus 10.5 That's what looking for here. BJ saying this is a tough game. Aubrey Travis on Duke first half plus a half, and you heard that Justin McKelvey already is on Arizona minus 1.5. Billy Friedrich on Duke money line, and none your business. SEC play today. Mississippi State minus 1.5 at SMU for our guy Nunya.
Shout out to you said Aubrey Travis on first half. Look, this is the type of game where anybody who's followed knows, like, if I was going to take Duke, I would take them first half just because I love that plus a half. I love that bet in college basketball. I don't know why. It's great. You don't know how often it ends at going into half. It happens all the time.
No, I feel you. All right. Daby Cab has moved on Arizona, and we will stay tuned as to what his prop plan is. But there you go. We are locked in here. And that concludes our college basketball breakdowns for Friday, November 22nd. So in review here, I'm on this Longwood under, and it looks really bad thus far, but we can see a tale of two halves. I'm not going to live bet it, although I'm following it. I'm not going to live bet the under here. I'm not going to compound at this point. We had best bets from cappers in our chat. Big Scott, FAU, Mally Mal, LaSalle. Justin McKelvey's on Florida Gulf Coast as well. The stacks play today, number one from Justin McKelvey was UCF plus 5. So Justin McKelvey and CMac both on UCF plus 5 there. We also have Morgan Spooner on Northern Arizona, Alabama A&M, Weber State, American, FAU, and UCF. A lot of love for UCF.
Hey, UCF can play. I watched them pretty close against A&M that game. I mean, they can get after it. They were, keeping up with A&M on the boards, which if you can keep up with A&M on the boards, you can keep up with anybody.
Skunt bag play of the day. Skunt Blaster off a massive day yesterday. Utah State money line plus 120 for 2 units. He's got Wichita State money line and SMU money line. I moved on the East Carolina Pirates first half minus 7 against Stetson. That has just started. Right at 109. Has it? No, we haven't tipped off yet, but that is about to start here against Stetson. Definitely do not want to start the day in reaching. So we'll see how it bangs out. I'm also interested in Middle Tennessee still. I will take a look at it while we're capping college football, and I'm still interested in Pittsburgh. I know that Troy has moved on them amongst others. And then we had Morgan Spooner on UCF. CMac got the UCF plus 5.5 at minus 110. He's on St. Thomas plus 2.5 at minus 110. He's on the under 137 in Drexel, Fordham, and he's on the over 140.5 in Southeast Louisiana, Wyoming. And we have Daby Cab on Arizona money line alongside Ron Crawford. That is the situation for college basketball. Thank you guys for rocking with us. It's time to talk college football, and we have just the tandem. They have been crushing it this year. We have Daby Cab ready to rock. So please welcome from Los Angeles, California, fresh off floor seats at the Lakers game. And he faded the Lakers with me and got to watch in person as AD let the city of Los Angeles down. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Daby Cab, my guys, man. Good to be here with you guys on a Friday, per usual, man, to talk college football. I'm super excited to talk about this card and break this NBA card down, man. We had a good week last week in the NBA. Hopefully we keep it up today on a Friday, man. I like a lot of these games tonight. I actually moved on a game this morning. It's going to be the first one we talk about, so I'm ready to get right into it, guys.
Well, let's attack. We have a special guest. Last week, he gave us his football team on the money line. Some didn't believe him. Troy Torrance did, and Troy Torrance got paid. Please welcome UTSA alum, our friend Snips Bouquet, to the show. Snips, how are you?
I'm doing well. I would like to inform everyone now I have a 2-year streak of not going to UTSA football games, even though I have season tickets. And unfortunately, that streak will continue because I'm not going to this game either. So that is 2 straight seasons, unfortunately, for me. But I'm doing my part and funding the NIL. Bullshit.
You do the Lord's work, Jose, and we're forever indebted. Forever indebted. Troy Torrance, who cashed on UTSA just last week, is on them again. He's on them first half. Also making a move on Purdue. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. We've got Purdue action. Thank you for sharing that. So let's get to work, fellas. Temple Owls 3-7, 2-4 in the American at the UTSA Roadrunners. Let's get into the line history and hear from our cappers for this one. We will start with Jose Bouquet, and but then we'll go back and forth with Daby and Wine Time for the rest of the games. Let's get into the line history. Of course, UTSA delivered dog to favorite type situation last week, and they took care of business. Temple is a poor football team, 3-7, 2-4 in conference, but they're coming off an 18-15 overtime win at home versus Florida Atlantic, which was a blessing because they'd allowed 108 points in their 2 road games previous at ECU and at Tulane, where they lost 52-6. UTSA coming off beating up on North Texas 48-27. That was on the heels of a 44-36 victory over Memphis. Their home games have been very impressive. Beat FAU, their home game before that, 38-24. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and hear from our experts. Sorry, let me get actually, Jose, you probably have the cash flow up. I don't have it up yet. Or sorry, the spread up. So why don't you give us the line movement here in the game? And I will talk that 27% now, 29% of the tickets and 46% of cash is on UTSA, 29 and 46. That's on the spread. And on the total, we have 70% of tickets and 85% of cash on the over. So, Jose, if you could give us the line movement as well, my friend, take it away.
Sure. Yeah, I will refresh right now just to double check, but I have openers at 17. It's basically stayed there. And it shouldn't say stayed there. It did get down to 16.5 at one point, but it's back up to 17. This is just another shit kicking. I told you guys it's different in the Dome, and it will continue to be different in the Dome. They don't lose at home. God bless home conference championship games as well. But yeah, this is different in the Dome. They're going to roll them. Nufflush Allen asked me earlier what this thing was, and I'm going to bet it because he asked me what it was. UTSA team total. I'm getting a 36 minus 130, so we can just make that official. But yeah, it's different in them. They roll the shit out of this team. It's senior night, the whole thing. And then it leads up to a very interesting game next week against Army. I believe it against Army, which, obviously they've been a solid squad this year. But I think this is just going to be another beat down here. They score a bunch of points. I leaned over in this game as well because I just don't trust UTSA's defense all that much. But I'm looking at their schedule here, and you mentioned kind of their, difference in the Dome, as I'm calling it here. Just the points they've scored at home has been just so much better, and just makes you feel better. 48 against a better North Texas team, 44 against a ranked Memphis team, 38 against FAU, and now we're just asking for 36 here. So. I'll continue to, I guess, bet UTSA, not really continue to, but I'll take this team total over.
USA team total over. And what number did you get again?
36 minus 130.
36 minus 130. We'll head over to Dabra Cadabra for this next spot. Your thoughts, Daby Cab, on Temple UTSA?
It's one of those things where it's like, I guess, just go with Jose. Shout out to you last week for getting it right, man. You do have an interim coach going for Temple, and sometimes you get a little momentum behind the interim coach or the coaching change or whatever you want to have it. Maybe the team steps up some plays for the guy. Maybe they weren't happy with the coach, all those sort of things. So you want to watch out for that. I'm not betting this game, though. Both these teams – UTSA is 5-5, Jose. You might get a bowl game. Congratulations.
We are. They're going to win this game, and then they have a great game against Army next week. It's just away, so they're going to get fun.
Yeah, bro. if you guys win 2 more games, you might get the Bidet Bowl.
Well, that'd be nice. I'd like to go to the Bidet Bowl. I hope when you walk in, they hand you a bidet. That'd be great.
Sure. That does sound delightful. UTSA team total over for Snips. Stay off spot for Daby Cab. What about for you, Wine Time? We have Troy on UTSA first half. Wine Time, you making a move here?
Yeah, a game that's actually lightly bet today. I'm only seeing 8,000% of bets on this game so far. I got the same text message from Nutflush this morning as well, Jose. I'm most likely going to move on that team total as throughout the day goes on. If I can get a 36 or a 36.5. But man, looking at all these notes and looking at the tape from both of these teams, man, this is a big mismatch. I think UTSA is absolutely going to put an ass whooping on Temple in this game. I think 16.5 points isn't enough. I think that's why they've moved it to a 17 now. Look for it to go to a 17.5 before this game probably gets kicked off. Jose already touched on this game, guys. Senior night here, at the what is this place called again?
Don't disrespect the Alamo Dome like that. Well, don't do that like that.
There we go. I actually drove by it when Jose picked me up from the airport. We drove by.
Oh my God.
It is. Okay. So yeah, shout out to him for that. But get into this game, man. Temple, just 2 teams that are pretty much heading in the opposite directions, if you ask me. One thing that UTSA does have going for them is how well they play at home. For some reason, playing in a dome just benefits them, benefits their quarterback, McCown. By the way, this kid's having a hell of a season. This is most likely going to be his last game.
Whoa! Again, what the hell is this?
Most likely going to hit the transfer
It's called the
portal.
transfer portal, Jose. Look it up.
Yeah.
I'll bet both of you right now he stays. I will bet both of you right now that he stays.
Don't make that pretty, bro.
We can put a stake on it, Jose.
All right,
Yeah.
done.
Hey, I'll take that stake bet too. You can add it to the tab if I lose.
This is going to be a fun game, though. Jose, I don't know why you don't go to this game. If you have plans tonight, I understand, but this is right down the street. I think this is going to be a smash fest from start to finish. I think McCown over 2.5 touchdowns passing is good money as well. Haven't moved on it yet. If I do move it on, I'm going to tweet it out. I think this kid's going to have a game today. I think he's going to have at least 4 touchdowns through the air. We saw him get it done with his legs last week as well. I think he had like a 40-yard run. This kid's a pretty good athlete when he's protected. His offensive line's going to have to protect him. I don't think it's going to be any issue against this Temple team, a team that just beat an FAU team that's just dog shit right now. I mean, they just got rid of their coach, Tom Herman, a guy I thought was actually going to be decent for the program coming over from Texas in his past, but, that guy's most likely done head coaching anywhere. That being said, I think UTSA, like I said, they play well at home. 16.5 points for a reason, guys. People are hammering Temple, it seems like right now in the market. I mean, not hammering, but I'm seeing 70% of the bets, only 54% of the money on this spread in this one, guys, because it's so many points. And I don't think too many people are betting this game right now. Like I said, only 8,000 tickets on this game. Watch out before kickoff. This might get to a 17.5 as more tickets come in. I think more money is going to most likely come in on UTSA. But we'll see in that one. But I love UTSA in the spot. I tweeted out the 16.5 minus 110 this morning. Give me UTSA all day long in this game.
Hey, here's the question for you, Wine Time, Jimmy, and everybody in the chat. I want to know you guys' thoughts too, right? You got an option here. You can stay at UTSA. You're a quarterback, right? You can stay at UTSA where Jose Snips Bouquet has season tickets and doesn't even fucking show up.
For 2 years now.
Or you can go to the SEC and play in a place that's got 103,000 people that all fucking show up. And if they don't show up, they sell their tickets for hundreds of dollars because everybody wants to come watch you play. Which one?
He ain't leaving. I'll bet. I'm very confident.
What does the Alamo Dome hold? How many people does it hold?
Shitload.
I was going to say, it's not going to fill up though, right?
No, it's not going to fill up. It hasn't filled up since the days of Frank Harris, but that's only 1 year. He's going to come back to UTSA next year. He's already said he's going to come back. I trust the man. His dad is an upstanding citizen, a good NFL quarterback, and he's going to come back, and then he'll transfer because he's only a freshman. He's going to play 2 years.
Right?
Wow. I think if he's anything, he's a red shirt then because this is his first year playing ball.
Yeah, I like him. I watched him in the pocket. When he's protected, the kid's got an arm, and he can take off and run at times too. I mean, I'm not saying this kid's the real deal or anything like that, but I mean, he's definitely I like him, and especially as a young quarterback coming up. Like I said, I mean, maybe he doesn't hit the transfer portal next year, but this kid most likely will not. And if he doesn't, that just shows his dedication, man, and maybe he leads this team to some success these next couple years.
Did you think of adding the first half to your action?
I mean, you know me, Jimmy. I haven't moved on a first half bet all year this year, which is crazy in college football to me. But I mean, for my breakdown, everything I think about this game, like I said, from start to finish, this should be a smash spot, smash and grab for UTSA, especially next week going on the road in probably a game they're going to most likely lose. I mean, they're really good at home. They're bad on the road. So I might move on this first half. As of right now, I'm going to stay off though.
I can't believe wine time in the span of 5 minutes, just shit all over UTSA, just destroyed the program, said their stadium was a fucking dump and fucking bet on them. Just what the hell? Our quarterback's going to leave us here? Jesus Lord.
You know, not showing up to the football team for 2 years really does discount a lot of the things that you have to say about.
Well, you know, I purchased the tickets. They're there. I can't wait to go to my seat maybe next year. It's going to be unused for 2 years. Where can you
What
get
you got
that?
going on tonight, Jose? Why can't you make it tonight?
If I'm being transparent, I have to bake a cornbread today, and I'm testing it out. I'm testing it out today. This is my trial for the cornbread. Shout out to Dolly Parton.
Good God.
Trial for the what?
Oh my God. I almost did, Billy, but you know what? You know, this was the end anyway, so I'll just let him sit in this cornbread malaise.
It's going to be good. I can't wait.
Shout out to Kong's Clips, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Matthew Green getting it. Thank you, Kong, for your support, man. Can't wait to watch you rock tomorrow. Jose, good luck with your cornbread, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And Jimmy, since wine time's here, I'm going to tell you again, go look into those UCLA Bruins this weekend. Go look into those UCLA Bruins again.
I've heard that. Justin McKelvey can't believe it. Cornbread instead of football game. That's just, you know, when he said, you know, for transparency, I was like, no. I knew it was going to be bad. I was like, just lie. We don't know.
Just say you're not doing anything.
Yeah. Say, look, yeah, just say, look, I just don't want to go. My God. All right.
For transparency or admittedly, we know Jose's about to say something that nobody wants to hear, Jimmy.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear. Billy Friedrich says going to be wearing an apron making cornbread. Oh, good God. Good God. Let's all right. Test run cornbread tits is the new name from Nanya. All right, I'm going to join you on UTSA. I do agree that it's smash and grab spot. Troy Torrance on the first half. Wine time on the full game on the side. I might even run with both here. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. The Purdue Boilermakers 1-9, 0-7 in the Big Ten at the Michigan State Spartans 4-6, 2-5 in the Big Ten. We're at Spartan Stadium in East Lansing, Michigan. 44 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 14 mile per hour winds. 14 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the X's and O's and the line history here for this one. Only 3 games in college football on the board, and then Wine Time and I get into NBA. We have Purdue, of course, in the throes of a massive losing streak. Just playing horrifically bad football, getting shut out at Ohio State 45-0, following that with a 49-10 loss to Penn State. They have been outscored 54-10 in their last 2 games. Michigan State on a 3-game losing streak, 4-6, not playing well either. They've lost their last 2 games to Illinois and to Indiana by a combined score of 85-26. I mean, they're just getting destroyed out here. Losers of 3 straight. Will they show up here? Troy says they won't. Purdue plus 14. Ron Crawford says under. A coin leaning to the under, and Dougie Wise leaning to Michigan State covering. Let's get into the line history for this one. We'll start with Wine Time here, and then for UNLV San Jose State, we'll start with Daby Cab. We have the 14 at a pick'em. This opened up at 13, so we've had a 1-point move towards the Spartans. And when we get to the total, here we have a 48.5 juice to the under. 48.5 juice to the under. This opened up at 49, and it dropped all the way down to 47.5. Before it started climbing up to 48.5. We still have a half-point move towards the under. And when we get into the cash flow, 58% of tickets, 62% of the cash on the over. And on the total, we have 34% of tickets and 49% of cash on the under, and yet it is climbing. Take it away, Wine Time. Boilermakers, Spartan, and East Lansing.
Yeah, Jim, interesting why this total's climbing here with public money coming in on this over. And if I'm looking at the weather correctly, I looked at it about an hour ago. I'm seeing 15 mile per hour wind gusts up to, or 15 mile per hour winds, gusts up to 30 mile per hour winds. There's going to be no rain here, but it's going to be pretty cold in this spot. Purdue, man, they're having a really rough season, Jim. Me and Cab, we don't really talk about them at all on Saturdays. I don't think one person has came on here and talked about these Purdue Boilermakers, man. And you know what? The schedule they have had, man, they got beat up by the scheduling, kind of similar to UCLA. Not saying this team is good by any means, but 1-9 team. This is better than 1-9 if you ask me. I'm looking at the X's and O's. Don't get me wrong, they've had some pretty blowout losses these last couple of weeks. Haven't really showed a lot of life in there. It is a young coaching staff over there, so I do expect these guys to continue to try to keep these guys upright. It's a down season, but at any point you can get a win here. Try to revive some kind of life into this program going into the next season. Michigan State, on the other hand, guys, Jonathan Smith, one of my favorite coaches the last couple of years over at Oregon State, made us a lot of money the last couple of years. Coach that I really highly respect. Love that Michigan State hired this guy. I think he's going to do good things for the program in the upcoming years. Even with his limited personnel and his NIL resources that he's had in the past, I think he's going to eventually adapt to that kind of recruiting, so to say. Michigan State, Aiden Childs, man, this kid's from Long Beach, California, man, went to Warren High School where Madden was going right now, the UCLA 5-star quarterback that's supposed to go there next year. We'll see if he decommits or what's going to happen with that. But it's a really good school, man. And this kid, man, he showed everything. He has every tool in the shed to be really good at the college level, at the next level. He hasn't really showed it too much in certain situations. This guy's kind of raw. He played in almost every single game last year with Oregon State in design plays. This is just Jonathan Smith's guy. Jonathan Smith has another quarterback he's recruited coming over from Servite coming into this year. I think this kid's going to be the quarterback of the future, though, in Aiden Childs, because this is just his guy, man. And he's very dynamic on the ground. I think when he isn't as afraid to run with it, when he gets a little more protection on the offensive line, he's going to be really good these next couple of years. He's got a cannon, man. I don't know if you guys have seen this guy throw. He's got a cannon. He's not always accurate. Like I said, he's raw. And I don't see, looking at the team total right now, guys, for Michigan State, I'm just now looking at this. I don't have a play in this, but I can only lean towards the under for Michigan State team total under 31 minus 125. How is Michigan State going to be able to put up 30 points in this matchup? They haven't really been able to put up 30 points against anyone. They put up against Iowa. Iowa's a really bad road team this year. They haven't been able to score against anyone. And what they do move the ball downfield. If you watch the tape, Aiden does move the ball. The run game is awful, though. Atrocious over there, man. And they turn the ball over in the red zone, and they just have a lot of mistakes in the red zone. They're not very efficient there. That's for their lack of scoring here. And I think Purdue, with their strength of schedule this year, guys, they have faced some really good teams. And just because you get blown out, but you're facing that talent, you're going against these guys. Like, this is upper level competition, and going against a Michigan State team, I don't think they're that much above them. Even 14 points, I think that's way too much. I'm not going to take Purdue right here. But I am going to take, I think, the team total at some point. What can you get me? The best number available for an under team total for Michigan State. Can you get me a 31.5?
I like it because, I should have swept the board last night in college football. I got off the under 30.5 Georgia Tech team total to move on the under just because I didn't feel like I had the conviction enough to go, even though I was on NC State +9, and that cost me a big swing here. And so I like what you're doing here. The team total I could get you right now would be under 30.5 at +103. That's a plus spot, under 30.5 at +103. I can look at some other situations here, but that's the first one. Okay. Let me see what I can get you here. What are you seeing your books?
I'm seeing right now I can get a -125 on 31.5. I just want to confirm. That's what it said about 15 minutes ago. Before I haven't actually placed this yet, so let me double check really quick.
Let me see what I could get you here. Again, 365. It's not very good for team totals, but here it's pretty good. I can get you that under 31.5 -115. And there, look at that. Wow. So the under 30.5 is just +105 at Penny. At 365, that under 30.5 is +120.
Wow. Yeah, I'm getting an under 31 -105 now on mine, so I'm not even getting that half point anymore. Yeah, lock me in on the under 31 in this spot. -105 I'm getting right now.
Okay, under 31 flat at -105. That's nice. Low vig. That makes sense. I like.
I mean,
that
how's
thought.
Michigan State going to be able to put up 30 here? I mean, I hear Kong saying, I mean, Illinois is not a bad team. I mean, that's a ranked team, and they put up 38. It wasn't close to 50, but I don't know. I mean, I hear them. Purdue hasn't their strength of schedule them though, man. Just look at who they've played. They don't have the personnel to compete, but when your guys go up against higher competition, that only makes you better, if you ask me. If you go against lower competition, that doesn't necessarily make you better. I mean, they haven't been successful, but Friday night, man, don't know. Purdue can come out here and shock some people.
Oh man, I just wish I could get the thought of Jose just so high in a little fucking apron cooking cornbread. It's ruining. I'm affecting my cap. Like I'm not focused the way I want to be. I mean, we have NJ Striker say take away Jose's man card, and I can just hear him whistling while he's just baking cornbread instead of being at a football game. I mean, it's just horrific, just appalling. Let's go to our guy Dabra Kadabra, Purdue, Michigan State. Your thoughts?
I love listening to you guys break this down because, man, I broke it down too. And here's what I get, right? Like, I get what Winetime's saying. You look at the last 5 games, shit, Michigan State hasn't even put up 20 points other than the one time against Iowa. So I like your look there. But then again, you can flip the side on Purdue, right? And look at their last 5 games also. Northwestern was the only team that didn't get, over 32 points, and they still put up 26, and they're not an offense that's, putting up numbers by any means. And like Kong said, the 50 against Illinois. So what I'm getting at is these teams fucking suck. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'll be that guy. These 2 teams are terrible, right? Both below 500, just complete disappointments and programs that shouldn't be where they're at right now. It's disappointing to see for both of them. I got to be honest. I'd probably just go under with this game if I was betting it.
Yeah, I feel it. And I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, I like attacking the big favorite on the team total, but I think both make sense. It does look like it's climbing right now, so I don't need to force it here. You're right, Justin McKelvey. I love bum fights. I like when I love them. I love them. And these are as bad as you get, man.
There was no hate there. I just wanted to be very clear.
No.
These two teams.
Yeah, it's crazy too, Cab, seeing Michigan State right here being 4-6, because I'm not gonna lie, I think they're worse than the record. If you guys have actually watched them play in some of these games, they've been in some close games where they lost close games, but they don't look good out there on the football field. They don't pass the eye test. Give or take, I think they have more wins this year than they did last year. So I guess it is an upgrade for their program. Going forward, I think they'll be better. But yeah, man, I don't even think this team's as good as 4-6, honestly. They have not showed me anything this year on offense. Aiden Childs, he has every tool. Like I said, he needs to put it all on display, and he needs to play turnover-free football for him to be successful.
Locked and loaded. Let's roll into our last spot in college football before we get into the 8-game NBA card, and then I will cap the 2 NHL games to close out the show. We have a bet. This is one spot I've already bet. 10 p.m. Eastern with the number 24 ranked UNLV Rebels 8-2, 4-1 in the Mountain West. At the San Jose State Spartans 6-4, 3-3 in the Mountain West. The Rebels, that lost to Boise State. No shame in that. The barely getting past Hawaii was surprising, and then they smashed and grabbed San Diego State as they were expected to. San Jose State is, had some tough spots here. They lose at Fresno State badly, 33-10. They bounce back with an impressive performance at Oregon State, 24-13, and then they get beaten up at home to Boise State, 42-21. It's pouring rain all day in San Jose, California, and the wind is double digits. I mean, it's not the 14-mile-per-hour winds that we talked about in East Lansing, but it's 10-mile-per-hour to 11-mile-per-hour. By the way, Rod's Wacky with the trends says bet the over the total in Purdue game after loss by 28 or more. The over record 20 since 2023 season 6-0. Gibson likely in net for the Ducks. Yeah, Billy, this is the information that's just so crucial. But it will change because one of Rod's trends was about Lucas Dostal, so that's crucial information. So maybe it's just too simple. But I moved on the under 60. and I got minus 112. It's only minus 109 now, 109 now. So we've had a slight move back to the over. I just started imagining this game and going over the way UNLV wants to run the ball, and I was like, I agree with this move to the under, and I'm surprised there's buyback. I was really hoping to see a 58.5 or something like that. And again, I could be simplifying things a little too much. The spread is San Diego State plus 7.5, minus 112. Opened up at 7, half-point move away from them, so we have a 7.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 39% of the tickets, 40% of cash on the under. And on the spread, we have on the spread, we have a 50-50 situation. 50% of the tickets on San Jose State and 45% of the cash. Daby Cab, take it away. Rebels, Spartans in San Jose, California.
Yeah, I hate that under because you look at, San Jose State. It's crazy. They throw the ball all over the field. I mean, they throw the ball up and down the field. How do you say his name? Edgett? Walker Edgett? Is that how you say the guy's name? Last game, 446 yards, 3 touchdowns, but also 2 interceptions. And that's the highlighted key right there. Turn the ball over too much. Up and down the field, just not putting up enough points, right? You can go up and down the field all you want, but if you're not good in the red zone, that's really all that matters in football. And we've seen that year in and year out with certain teams. And I think San Jose State might be one of those teams that's having that issue because you can't be averaging 344 yards a game passing and they haven't got over 24 points in their last 5 games. That's crazy to me that you're putting up, almost 350 yards a game on average passing, and you can't put up 25 points. That's crazy to me. So, I would probably look under like you just did. I hate to say this, but I think San Jose State can probably keep this game within a touchdown.
I do too.
I really do. So I kind of lean towards them, and I might get there with them. So that's what I think about this one.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty nice opportunity. Facing the Rebels in the pouring, driving rain here. It's not showers; it's rain. I'm interested in San Jose State as well. Let's go over that cash flow once more here. This was the 50-50, 50 and 45. Okay. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Take it away. Our last college football game on the board before we attack the association. What's your plan for Rebels, Spartans?
Yeah, Jim, a game I haven't moved on yet, but I'm right there with you on this under here. I wish I can get my book's not giving me a 60 right now, but I'm seeing 70% chance of rain pretty much all day and night throughout the night, throughout this game. 11-mile-per-hour winds, gusts up to 23 miles per hour. Cab mentioned on it. San Jose, man, they throw the ball 64% of the time. That's number 1 in the nation. This team throws the ball more than any other team in the nation, guys. And I believe this is the coach that was either at Army or Navy last year. Just crazy, man. You wouldn't have expected this out of him. With that being said, man, he's got one of the best receivers in college football. We talked about this guy a couple weeks ago, Nick Nash, man. This guy's over yards prop for this game was 107.5 earlier. Right now it's 108.5. It's only going to go up, guys, because people love this guy. They're catching on. This guy's an NFL receiver. They're throwing him to him, I believe, 43% of the time on dropbacks. They're just trying to get the ball in his hands. That's what you have to do. Cab mentioned as well, they're not really scoring in the red zone. That's where they struggle. It's kind of crazy to see this quarterback for San Jose State in 70% chance of rain, his over-under passing yards is 302.5. I mean, San Jose State, if they can't run the ball effectively here, I don't know if you're going to be able to throw the ball efficiently in this rain and in this wind, if I'm being completely honest. Going to be interesting to see. Maybe they can prove me wrong in that spot. I'm looking at his under passing yards because I'm definitely on this under with you. If I can get a 60, I definitely want the 60 here in this spot. The weather's telling us everything we need to know. UNLV wants to run the ball. Malik Williams likes to run the ball. They just need to win this game. UNLV, all they're looking to do, man, is get to that Mount West championship and beat Boise State, get their revenge. They've lost to them the last 2 games. Only team that's been able to beat UNLV these last couple of years, really. With that being said, give me the under in this one. If you can get me a 60, Jim, I'll take that 60 all day long in this spot, looking at this weather.
So Floyd Chalk has had 2 tough games in a row. He was absolutely rolling before that. Do you feel like that you question the San Jose State rush attack here?
Definitely. It's crazy to see too. I mean, they're running back right now, chalk over under 55.5 rushing yards. I would only look over in that one. I mean, if San Jose State wants to stay in this game, they're going to have to run the ball. I mean, unless they have some explosive plays through the air to Nick Nash, that can always happen. We see it in the rain. We saw it happen earlier this week, some very explosive plays in the MAC, 70, 80-yard touchdown bombs, and that happens in football, and there's room for error in that spot. It's tough sidewise because San Jose just throws it so much, but they have a coach that pretty much ran a run offense the last couple of years. He was at that military program. So can he run the ball here? I mean, he definitely knows how to. Maybe they can catch UNLV off their tracks a little bit with some different kind of triple threat options. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens here. If it continues to rain like this, it's going to be hard to throw 64% of the time efficiently and accurately in this rain. So that's why I'm on the under.
Okay, I got you the under 60 minus 109, but I'm going to stay off of backing the Spartans. This probably is right in a good spot for the makeup of this roster for the Rebels. Even though they play indoors, they still are, a run-heavy offense. So I'll stay off of it. But I am on the under. I got 3 cents worse than you. I got under 60 at minus 112. You're getting under 60 at minus 109. You got Michigan State team total under 31 at minus 105. I'm going to join you on that. You're on UTSA minus 16.5 here. Troy Torrance on the first half for UTSA. I don't think I'm going to double up. I don't want to double up. Maybe that's more. I don't want to double up, but I'll look at it a little more. Jose on that team total over a 36 here. And then we have from Daby Cab, Arizona money line in that huge game in Tucson this evening. Daby Cab, Wine Time and I are going to move on to NBA here right now. Tell us a little bit about what's going on and who will be joining you on the tailgate tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to throw some more bets at you, too, for the weekend, just to make sure you got them. I'm back up with Hoover. I mean, last 2 weeks ago, he didn't cover. I get it. 7-3 when I bet him this year. Of course, I'm going to keep fucking betting him. So I'm back on Josh Hoover, over 299.5 passing yards at minus 115 going against Arizona. And the only reason he didn't cover it against Oklahoma State is because Gundy, he's got to go, man. They were down by 24 points and taking 8 minutes per drive to start the second half. You're down by 24 and you go out and use 8 minutes, two drives in a row, and they actually scored. But it's like, that's pathetic, man. That's just flat out quitting. Gundy quit. Oklahoma State is a joke of a program, Jose. I just want you to know that. I hope you heard me. If you didn't, Oklahoma State's a joke of a program, Jose. And anyways, that's the only reason Hoover didn't get there.
There was no lies detected. He should be fired immediately.
See that exactly, and the only reason he didn't get there is because of them. He gets there this week against Arizona. The number on Ole Miss first half is -6, minus 110. I don't know if you have that, Jimmy. I gave it out Tuesday with Pete, and then A&M -2.5, minus 110. Just want to make sure you got them all.
Sorry, give me the Ole Miss.
Sorry, I just said 6, -6.5, minus 110.
-6.5, minus 110. And what was the last one?
Texas A&M -2.5, minus 110.
Texas A&M -2.5, minus 110. I just was told by Jose that there's another spot that Wine Time wants to talk about. So why don't you stick around here for the breakdown? Let me get this all up. I didn't know that we were hitting Wisconsin, Nebraska, 3:30 p.m. tomorrow. So let's first quickly take a look at the weather. It's supposed to be nice enough.
It's 55, nice,
yeah, 55 Fahrenheit. We have Wisconsin in the throes of a 3-game losing streak. That was a great call by Wine Time on Wisconsin and the under at home against Oregon. Now they travel on the road. We last saw them on the road in that 42-10 loss at Iowa. They've lost 3 straight, but Penn State, Iowa, Oregon's a tough row. Nebraska's now lost 4 straight. They covered the opening line against USC, but not the line that it closed at when we did our show. It went from 10.5 to 7.5. They lose 28-20 at USC in their last game. They had the home game against UCLA where they lost 27-20. They covered that one. And they covered at Ohio State 21-17. And of course, they got demolished at Indiana 56-7. So combined 7 straight losses for these two teams. Let's get into the line history here. We will start with the total. This total is at 42 right now, minus 110 to the under. Opened up at 42.5. It is juiced to the under, so we have a half-point move to the under. On the spread, we have Nebraska -1 right now, -106. They opened to -2.5. And interestingly enough, when this line was only out for about an hour and 10 minutes, it moved to 3. It didn't last there long, back to 2.5, and now at 1. So a big move towards whiskey +1 right now. And when we get to the cash flow for it, it's take me a second to get to the 3:30 Saturday games. We have 54% of the tickets, 59% of the cash on the spread on Nebraska. On the money line, we have 20% of the tickets and 46% of cash on Wisconsin. So that looks like the sharp spot. And on the total, we have 96% of tickets and 70% cash on the over. Take it away, wine time, whiskey, Nebraska.
Yeah, I've been talking about this Wisconsin program for a couple weeks now. We've been backing them. We've been cashing them. Been playing some really good football at home. We talked about that in the beginning of the season. Madison, Wisconsin, it's a hostile environment, even when their season's not going super hot. Luke Fickell, he's got those guys over there ready to play in this one. Matt Rule, on the other hand, man, I don't know if you guys will watch any of his interviews this week. He just looks so defeated in all of his press conferences. Almost looks like he's already given up on the season. Kind of talking about like this game means everything to them to get bowl eligible. Last season, they had 5 wins right away. Couldn't get to that 6th win. It's looking like that again this year. A lot of heartbreaking losses for them as well. Talk about personnel for them, having Dylan Raiola, true freshman quarterback, the 5-star, coming in. Looked really good in the beginning of the year. People started getting tape on this kid, realized that he was human as long as you can put some pressure on him. Nebraska does have a pretty good offensive line. Nebraska doesn't really have a run game going on right now. Ramir Johnson's going to be out this one. They're going to rely on Dante Dowdell, who's been solid for Nebraska. He hasn't been great. He had some good games at the beginning of the season. I was high on him earlier in the year, but he's not that good. We're seeing his rushing prop being actually pretty low in this one. Wisconsin, on the other hand, they like to run the ball as well with their 2 running backs. They got Tyree Walker, really good under the radar Big Ten running back. I like what this guy's doing over there. He was really good in the game against Oregon, picking up those first downs for them. Wisconsin, what do they like to do? Control the time of possession in these games. They like to run the clock. Their quarterback, Brendan Locke, really good game manager. Doesn't make the big time throws downfield, but they don't ask him to make those throws in this offense. They ask him to dip and dunk and get the ball to his playmakers in open space and see what they can do with the ball in their hands. They don't go for those explosive plays. They go 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards. That's what they want to do. That's how they want to move. Pretty similar to what Nebraska wants to do. I've been watching both these teams all season long, and they both like to run the football. Both their quarterbacks are more of game time managers, if you ask me, and both their head coaches are pretty conservative, if you ask me. What did Matt Rule do? He brought in Dana Holgorsen. He demoted his offensive coordinator to tight ends coach. He brings in this guy off the street that none of these kids knew and said, fix this offense in a week. And, he looked frustrated out there calling the play calls. He looked like he didn't know what he was doing out there. And it really seemed like he blamed the players. He said the players didn't show up for him. They didn't play that well. Not what you want to hear from your offensive coordinator. Dana Holgorsen, he's been able to put up points his whole career. That's what he was, an offensive mind. But you bring in a guy off the street that knows nothing about your team, it's kind of hard to move well and function right. And, they had some mistakes against USC last week, a game that they very well could have won. End up losing the game barely. But with that being said, I want to move on Nebraska looking at everything in this. I'm not on that in this spot. I am on something else in this one. I am on I want to just make sure I gave out the correct number. Gave out last night. Believe you can still get this right here under 42.5 minus 110 in this spot. I really like this spot, guys. I think both teams are going to run the ball. They're going to struggle in the red zone. Wisconsin, one of the better secondaries in the Big Ten and in the nation. They've got some lockdown corners that will play man on man. Their safeties behind them play really good backup. They got a good defense over there in Wisconsin. If they just had a quarterback, man, I swear this team would have been so much better this season with the limited playmakers they even have. But with that being said, I think Wisconsin's going to win this game. I might end up moving on them just because Matt Rule looks defeated. He said facing USC last week, all those guys got his team sick. All I'm hearing is excuses. And when I hear excuses from a head coach, that's nothing I want to back. So only could take Wisconsin this spot, and I am on the under 42.5 minus 110.
With 96% of the tickets and 70% of cash on the over, what would their thinking be on the over in this game?
That Dylan, Jim, I kind of asked the same thing when I looked at the market this last night and this morning. I'm like, why is there only 4% of tickets on this under? Like, why are people hammering this over? Like, what's the reason for it? I mean, maybe because Wisconsin, I mean, they haven't even been able to put that many points, and Nebraska hasn't really either. If you ask me, if we were looking at their last couple games here, Wisconsin losing 16-13 to Oregon, one of the better offenses in the nation. Nebraska, their games have been around this, 46, 48, around that total, I guess, this season. Indiana blew them out. I mean, they only let 21 points up to Ohio State.
To back you up, though, Wine
that's a
Time.
great question.
To back you up, though, Wine Time, on those games that you're talking about that are hanging around the 46, 47 mark, that's because the other teams are putting up 28,
Yeah, exactly.
20, 27, 28 points. Nebraska hasn't put up more than 20 in the last 5 games.
Yeah. And so that scares me. And especially bringing in a new play caller. Like I've never seen that before. Like you sometimes move personnel up and demote someone, but bringing someone in off the street, and I know Matt Rule and him have a pass together and stuff like that, but it's still it doesn't make sense to me to do that to your offense. Maybe you should have waited until the end of the season. Wisconsin, I think they really want this bowl game. I think they sit 5-5 right here. I think they're going to get it done here in Lincoln, honestly. I think there's a reason why the line's going towards Wisconsin. Tickets are a little 50-50 split, but I mean, Jim mentioned it, what Nebraska opened up, I think at 2.5 or 3. I know it got to a 3 at one point, but it's down to a -1 now. Maybe there's some players sick for this Nebraska team. Like I said, he said all of his kids got the flu. He sounded like he had the flu too. So,
wow. So what at this point is keeping you off of the Badgers?
Honestly, I'm probably going to end up moving on them, Jim. I'll probably end up texting you later and saying I am going to take them. That's a good question. I didn't think I was going to come on here and give them out, honestly, but I mean, looking at all my notes from last night and looking at this matchup, it makes sense. I think it's two teams. Wisconsin kind of I know Nebraska wants to get to a bowl game. That's Matt Rule's goal, but it just seems like he's given up. Luke Fickell doesn't seem like he's given up yet this season. Seems like he still wants to get this next win. He's he sounds like the more motivated coach.
Very interesting. Is there anything else you want to add to this spot? Daby Cab wins Wisconsin, Nebraska?
No, I don't have a bet on it, but we'll hit it again tomorrow at the tailgate. So make sure you guys in the chat tune in. Wine Time will be there with me. Kong, shout out to Kong. He's been obviously killing it this year. Moose Money Bets has been there all year. I love capping with Moose, man. He's a blast. So tune in, guys. I love doing it with you, Jimmy. Wine Time, everybody in the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
There he is, Daby Cab. Tailgate, 10 a.m. Eastern. Please support him on X as well, at Daby Cab. So Wine Time moving on the under 42.5 in Wisconsin, Nebraska. And a fascinating angle from our guy, Rod Zawacki, says, bet the over on all teams where the totals between 35.5 and 42 in a game involving 2 average teams. Since 2020, that's 34-2.
Wow.
Ron Crawford says Whiskey is going for 10-0 in this series, and the splits 19% of tickets, 46% of cash on Wisconsin. I mean, the drawback for the Whiskey game is just that is it a letdown spot after almost beating Oregon?
That's I guess I forgot to bring that up too, because they should have won that game, Jim. I don't know if you watched that I watched that from start to finish. They should have won that game. They could have, man. Tough.
But
so that's probably the main reason keeping me off them right now. But I'm going to end up moving on them, Jim. I'm going to end up texting you and saying, why didn't I take them? I'm going to tweet it out right now.
Yeah. And, Matt Rule whining. And, I mean, maybe he's playing, maybe he's setting something up. But that's a fascinating breakdown. All right, let's get into NBA. We have a Skunt Bag play of the day here. Oh, by the way, Res Mob on Miami first half here for Res Mob in the college basketball with the Hurricanes. We got Skunt Bag play today is on the Bulls. Let's get that set up here. That is Hawks Bulls happening. That will be game 5 of our breakdowns. Just 8 games for us to break down, so we don't. Some of these Fridays can be overwhelming. Today isn't. The play of the day from Our guy Ron Crawford is in. There's our guy Old E in the house. Is back home, but boots still on. Been listening all day. Thank you for your time, everyone. Great breakdowns. Thank you, Old E, for all your support, man. It means a ton to us. So the spot for Ron Crawford is our first game of the day. So let's get into it. I apologize for records. I had a decision that to make this morning where I was like, I just wanted to put that extra. If it was going to take me about 45 minutes to get everybody's records together, and I was like, I just need to cap. So I'll have everything back in action again for next week. But let's roll. We start 7 p.m. Eastern. Brooklyn Nets 6-9, 2-6 on the road. They're 1-1 in the cup. At the Philadelphia 76ers, who are 0-2 in cup play, 2-12, 1-5 at home at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These are two very slow-paced teams. Brooklyn's been playing at the slowest pace in the NBA, 96.33 possessions a game. Philadelphia 27th, 97.79 possessions a game. Brooklyn also shooting the ball much better than Philadelphia, 46.1 from the field and 37.7 from three, compared to 42.9 from the field and 31.7 from three. Philadelphia is an absolute mess, and we know that PG is now going to be out for he's week to week, probably an extended period for Paul George. They did show heart in that basketball game. I know it doesn't make sense, but they were down 20 points. And I know because I had the +7.5 live, and they tried. You have to give them that. Jared McCain has given them a boost, but Lowry, George, and Embiid was trying. Look, I know that the Sixers cost a lot of us, me included, the money, but I was buoyed a little bit that they were trying. Now, Embiid was not at the shoot around this morning. I mean, it's just horrific. I mean, even if you have a knee injury, you show up at the shoot around and just so you're there for your team. He did not.
I'm just surprised he never got. I mean, he's had this knee injury for years, and just like, why doesn't he just get it taken care of in the offseason? Like, just get it fixed, man.
It's both knees though. Now, if you watch him, you never know which knee he's gonna. And even in the game, where they fell apart last out in their 117-111 loss at Memphis, it looked like he was going to be done, and he came back and played. I don't have a lot of nice things to say about any of these players right now, but this line is moving towards Brooklyn. Brooklyn opens up at +6. The immediate move is towards the Sixers. This gets to a 6.5, and then it starts buying back, and then Embiid doesn't show up at the shoot around, and we got a 4.5. When we get to the total here, let me get this total up here, get the cash flow, and just talk about a couple more X's and O's before we hand it over to wine time. On the total, we have a 213.5. This is dropped from 217. This actually got up as high as 218.5. It even got to 219 at 7:45 this morning. And then, of course, Embiid doesn't show up, and it just, the bottom falls out of it. When we get to the cash flow, we have a 44% of the tickets and 46% of the cash. That number's dropping as I look at it. It's in red and it's dropping. On the total, 88% of tickets, 66% of cash on the over. Do we expect Embiid to be in line? I mean, it's just messed up that he wasn't at shoot around. But let's talk about Brooklyn first. They come off snapping their 3-game losing streak with a 116-115 win at home over the Hornets on Tuesday. They're well rested. Cam Johnson went for 34, but the talk, of course, was Trendon Wofford. He hit the jumper with 38 seconds left. He put up 10 points in 19 minutes. He got hurt in training camp, so we haven't seen him much. That was just the second game of the season. Sixers coming off their 5th straight loss. Embiid went for 35 and 11. That's his 4th game since rejoining the Sixers. He missed the first 9 games. Paul George left with the hyperextension. And Jared McCain continues to give them energy. The energy that Maxey used to give them.
Yeah, he's playing well.
He is. He's really putting out max effort. Take it away for us. Ron Crawford, NBA Play Today, is on the Brooklyn Nets. What's your plan?
I mean, Jimmy, if we look at the Brooklyn Nets all season long this year, they haven't really been blowing teams out. They've been in a lot of close games. I feel like you can kind of pretty much say all their games have been fairly close. I think they've got blown out one time in the last 5 games. I mean, their 1-point win against Charlotte, 2-point win against the Pelicans, 2 teams that are, let's just say not probably going to make the playoffs this season. 3 losses, 2 of them to the Knicks, 1 of them to the Celtics, 2 really good teams. Look at Philly on the other hand, man. I don't know what to expect out of these guys when they go out there and play, man. Going into this season, I thought looking at their starting roster, they were going to do some good things. They have a good head coach in Nick Nurse. I thought they're going to do some good things over there. But all the Joel Embiid drama just continues, and it's something I want nothing a part of. This is a game I want nothing a part of. I don't know why, but I have a lean towards the 76ers because I don't know if the Nets can really it's 4.5 now, though. Oh, it's getting a little, I don't know if I could have gotten a 6.5 with Philly or even a 5.5, I think I would like that because I think it's hard to believe that the Nets can really beat anyone by more than 6 or 7 points. They haven't showed me that at least. They have a decent starting roster. Philly, you mentioned McCain coming off, giving them that young energy. It's crazy how Philly's kind of developing these younger guys like Maxey and McCain, these guys out of nowhere, but they can't get anything out of their veterans like Embiid. And, you got Caleb Martin there, Kelly Oubre, you never know what you're going to get out of that guy. That guy could be a brick city fest. I want nothing a part of this game, Jim. I'm going to stay off this one. Last night I circled the under 217.5, and it's down to 2. You said 213.5 right now.
214.
Want nothing to do with that. Yeah, I lost the value in this. And I don't like taking unders in NBA on Friday nights anymore, so I'm going to stay away from this spot.
Yeah, it is. I want to know if Embiid's in. I imagine he's going to be in, but not showing up at shoot-around. That must have just, wouldn't help the vibe in the locker room that he doesn't show up. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We have NBA Cup play. Boston Celtics just 1-1 in the Cup right now. Wizards 0-1. Of course, KP out. For the Wizards, Bagley is a game-time decision. Sadiq Bey, of course, is also out. Bagley listed as questionable. He hasn't been playing very much, so I don't think it matters, really. Let's get into the setup and the line history. We'll start with the line history here. We have on the total this at 236.5. Opened up at 238.5 and has dropped 2 points to 236.5. When we get to the spread here, there we go. Sorry, taking a second. When we get to the spread, we have the Celtics as 16-point favorites, now 16.5. It just keeps moving towards the Celtics. This opened up at 15.5. We're now at 16.5. It's juiced towards the Wizards, but wow, huge move here. Let's get into the huge line here. 75% of tickets, 74% of cash on the over. And on the spread, we have 67% of tickets and 73% of cash on the Boston Celtics. So that's where we stand. Boston 26th in pace. They've slowed everything down this year. 97.8 possessions a game. They're shooting the ball well. 46.3 from the field and 37.9 from 3. For Washington, they are 4th this year. 103.38 possessions a game, just like they were last year, running at a very quick pace. 44.4 from the field and 33.4 from 3. The Celtics coming off their third straight win, 120-117 at home over the Cavaliers on Tuesday. Horford went for 20. It was, old man Al. 7 boards, 3 block shots, made 4 threes. He stepped up late when the Cavs came all the way back. Tatum had 33, 12, 7 with 2 steals. Wizards coming off their 9th straight loss, 134-106 at the Knicks on Monday. They've been getting destroyed. 8 of these 9 losses have been by double digits. The Wizards have allowed at least 120 points in each of their last 4 games. Brian Keefe has lost it on them, supposedly. Yelling at them, trying to get them right, screaming at them. Is that going to do anything is the question. Is that going to get them rolling is the question. Nate says Celtics smash, Celtics second quarter. I do like, first quarters with the Wizards, but they are coming off a horrific loss. And the problem here is that it's a cup game. So I'm not going to sit here and think, the Celtics mail it in, which I would normally on a normal, it is Friday night, but I would still think, it's going to take the Celtics a little time to get rolling. But the fact that it's a cup game really stops that. So at this point, nothing for me. And it's too bad because I would be interested in them first quarter. Take it away for us here. Celtics, Wizards, wine time.
Yeah, we're seeing a -16 now in this game, Jim. Just absolutely crazy. I think this is going to be an absolute smash spot here for Boston Celtics. I think the odds makers put this line here for a reason. And we're talking about probably the best team in the NBA going against the worst team in the NBA. Washington Wizards, man, I don't know how they're going to get through this, Jim. What's going to be their next move to try to start winning some games? Head coaching, whoever they bring in doesn't seem to get it done. They're paying Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole, so pretty good money over there to play pretty average and play no defense. Disappointed to see both those guys can definitely put the ball in the hoop, and those guys can get going early. It's just the rest of the team that worries me. I mean, you look at the rookie Sar, not really playing super well this season. Their bench is very weak, very weak. Celtics bench is probably better than the starting 5 unit, honestly, if we're being completely honest, because there's no one that can play really defense on this Washington Wizards team. I think the Celtics can name their number here. I don't like to lay 16 points though, Jim. It's too much for me to sit there and be like, I need this team to win by 17 points. Do I think they will? Absolutely. They can name their number against anyone. Being a cup game, maybe they just want to make an example, beat these guys by 20 plus, get on to the next game. Maybe they just want to get by and barely beat these guys by 8 to 12 points. I can see that too. For that reason, that's what's keeping me off. Looking at the market in this spot, I mean, the Wizards, 33% of bets, 27% of money. The line's going more towards Boston. It's a Boston spot for me or pass, Jim.
Yeah. It's a tricky spot just because it's the cup game. Like Rodswag says, bet under road teams where the total is greater than or equal to 230 off 2 or more consecutive home wins on Friday night since 1997. I would do that. I would be moving on this game if it wasn't a cup game. Because I can't sit here and expect the Celtics not to try early or late, which would mean that I would move towards a team total, but I will not take team totals on favorites at this number ever. That's just too high. I won't do it. So, when it all comes down to it, it means that I'm off of this spot as well, unfortunately, which is something I would like to be involved in, but I'm not going to be. So my angles are screwed in NBA Cup games, a lot of them. Now you take advantage of the angles and take team total overs. It doesn't have to screw you. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We have Golden State Warriors 2-0 in the NBA Cup, 10-3, 6-2 on the road against the Pelicans, who are 1-1 in the Cup, but 4-12, 3-5 at home at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Warriors playing at the 5th fastest pace in the league, 102.49 possessions a game, shooting the ball beautifully, 47.2 from the field, 38.7 from 3. This is the last show where I'm going to do season-long numbers here for this. We'll go back to the last 5 from now on. Pelicans 28th in pace, 96.84 possessions a game, 43.5 from the field, and 34.2% from 3. Let's get into the line history before we drop some X's and O's here. Warriors are 10-point favorites, -10, -106. They opened up -9.5, immediately went to 10, then got up to 10.5, which was deemed too much. Still a half-point move towards them. On the total, we have a 222, slightly juiced to the under. This opened up at 222.5. 11 minutes ago it moved to 222. So that was the first move. Then we cash flow. We have 85% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Warriors. 85 and 90. 90 and 90 on the over, and it's not moving. Real fishy. Warriors bounce back from their 102-99 loss at the Clippers on Monday by beating up on the Hawks at home, 120-97 on Wednesday. D'Anthony Melton, out with the partially torn left ACL, but this is a healthy group otherwise. And Lindy Waters has come in and, held on to that spot with Melton left. Buddy Hield went for 11. Kuminga went for 10. So they're getting bench points, even though Buddy Hield can't defend at all. Pelicans come in off their third straight loss, 128-100 at the Cavs on Wednesday. And Antonio Reeves, that's who it was who stepped up. That's how far down. No Zion, no Trey Murphy, no Brandon Ingram, no CJ McCollum, no DeJounte Murray, no Herbert Jones, no Jordan Hawkins, no no Jose Alvarado. It's just sad, but there's some players who are taking advantage of it, like Antonio Reeves. He goes for 34 in 40 minutes. He had 23 points in his first 8 games and wasn't on the active roster in October when Golden State beat up on the Pelicans. So why is this number so low? and now you're like so low, double digits, but the public's all over and it's not moving. It's a strange situation. EOD said, did the Warriors party last night or are they focused? I mean, I don't see why they'd be in a big party last night. I think that the Celtics and the Warriors are favorites that obviously are appealing because of how bad Washington and New Orleans have been playing. But this Friday night, take it away here for us, Wine Time. Your plan for Warriors Pelicans.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Warriors playing some really good ball this season. I wasn't expecting them to play this well, honestly. Pelicans, on the other hand, just a lot of guys have injuries this year, Jim. We've talked about this team. It seems like every Friday. It seems like they lose every Friday, too, looking at their starting lineup. Definitely got some guys that can put the ball in the bucket, Jim. But, I mean, can this team really break 100, Jim? I'm not too sure, if we're being completely honest. They haven't really been able to score over 100 points in their last 5 games. And looking at the Warriors, I mean, they're putting up, 120 max probably in a lot of these games. 127 games ago against OKC and kind of a closer matchup. I don't see how this game does. Why? 222 and people are hammering the over. Why are people hammering the over? They think, Steph Curry is just going to have a 40, 50-point game and Brandon Ingram's going to drop 50 for the Pelicans. And the Pelicans are going to be able to score 110, 115. I don't think so. I definitely think maybe this is an under team total for the Pelicans or an under 222. I'm thinking I'm going to move just on the under 222 the whole game. We're seeing the public hammering it. And I think, have we gotten any movement on this total, Jim? A point down? Did this open up at 225?
Well, it depends, what book you look at.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything close. The one site where we used to have our poker tournaments, they get to get to everything the earliest. And this wasn't out that early. This didn't come out till 8:58 p.m. yesterday, and it was at 222.5.
Wow.
So this moved up to 223 a few times. Right now, they've got this down to 221.5.
Jeez. Yeah, I want this under, Jim. I'm going to see if I can get a 222 for.
Oh, you can definitely get a 222.
Not too juicy. What's the juice on that?
Oh, you can get 222 minus 105, minus 107.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Let's do it.
All right. Under 222 at minus 105 for our guy, Wine Time Sports. I get it. Here.
This is also kind of a public fade, guys. Looking at this market and stuff, and then just looking at the eye test here. The Pelicans not really being able to score 100 points. They don't have the personnel to really score 100 points. Warriors, maybe they put up 115 in this spot. Pelicans put up 95. I think this goes under in most circumstances. So, yeah, I like the under in this spot for sure.
All right, you are locked and loaded, my friend. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern with the Indiana Pacers, who are 0-1 in the League Cup, playing poor basketball. Terrible on the road, 2-7 on the road, 6-9 overall. The Milwaukee Bucks, who are 6-9 overall, but 5-3 at home and playing some better basketball for the first time in a long time. We're at Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Pacers playing the 11th fastest pace in the league, 100.41 possessions a game, 48.9 from the field and 37.2 from three. They're shooting the ball really well. What's their excuse? Lack of intensity defensively? Milwaukee 16th. Right now, 99.11 possessions a game. Oh, by the way, forgot to mention, Curry is probable to play. He is listed on the injury report with the bursitis, but he's probable to play. Milwaukee, 47.6% from the field and 36% from three. So both these teams are shooting the ball well. Middling pace, but both shooting the ball well. Let's take a look at the injury report, the latest injury report very quickly. Middleton, of course, out, but Giannis is a game-time decision. On the other side is Nembhard, of course, is out. And Tedikopo is listed as probable, so he will be in the lineup. Don't worry about the knee. So Nembhard and Naismith out. It's Shepherd, who's now a game-time decision with the oblique injury. He's still listed as questionable. He's missed the last 2 games, so I'm not sure if anyone should be able to count on Ben Shepherd. This is a Pacers team playing poorly. Second straight loss, 4th in 5 games, 130-113 at Houston on Wednesday. They shot so badly, 5 of 22 from 3. Just horrific. And Rick Carlisle's losing it. Now, we said the same thing about Keefe, but look at his roster. Carlisle's losing it on a pretty good roster. Tyrese Halliburton is doing nothing whatsoever. I mean nothing. He went 1 of 7 against Houston. That was 1 of 5 from 3, 4 points. In the last 5 games, he's averaging 12.6 points per game and shooting 30.3 from the field. They're playing so bad. I mean, Quentin Jackson put up 24 on 10 of 12 shooting in his first ever start. Also 3 assists, 2 boards, 2 steals, a block. Milwaukee comes in off its second straight win in 4th and 5 games. It really does feel like they're starting to come together. I mean, Brook Lopez looked so bad to start the year, and he's been much better over the last 5 games. And Giannis just went for 41 and 8 in that victory. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with the total. This total's at 237.5 minus 109 to the under. It opened up at 236.5, dropped to 236, and now up to 237.5. We have the 1-point move to the over. And on the point spread, we have a 5.5 right now, minus 5.5. This opened at 5, a half-point move towards the Bucks. And when we get to the total, the cash flow, we have 61% of the tickets, 60% cash on the over. On the spread, 70% of the tickets and 73% cash on the Bucks. The problem is how horrific the Pacers play last out. I mean, obviously, Halliburton's got to step up. This team's got to step up. I mean, you just put all of this together, and it makes me uncomfortable to back the Bucks here. The public's on them. We're all seeing the same thing. They're playing much better basketball, but it just seems a little too easy here, and it makes me uncomfortable. Take it away for us here. Wine time. We have Pacers Bucks.
Yeah, the chat kind of touched on it about Halliburton, man. Yeah, he's out there hanging out with Caitlin Clark, hanging out taking pictures with all these girls, after the game and stuff. He's worried about other stuff other than basketball right now. It seems like, he's making good money. He just won the Olympics and stuff like that. It just seems like he's kind of higher on life right now. Maybe he comes back to life eventually. They're going to need him to, Jim, because you mentioned it. Rick Carlisle losing it on this team. Look at this roster. I mean, it's a good starting 5. I like this starting 5 going into the season. Seeing them 6-9, I'd see them more of a 9-6 at this point of the season. I do think they're going to probably trend upwards as the season goes on. They at least should. Milwaukee Bucks, man, had a really horrible start to the season. Everyone talking their smack on Doc, you know what I mean, as they should. 6-9 record now, playing good ball, though. Last 5 games, you kind of mentioned it as well. I see this as a high total, Jim. I think this is going to be a high total for a reason. I mean, the Pacers can't stop anyone. They can't stop anyone. I mean, I think the Bucks can score 140 here, and I think the Pacers could probably score 120. This probably gets to 260 range, honestly. I think this is going to be a high-scoring affair. I think the Bucks could honestly smash as well. The Pacers, I just think their heads are elsewhere right now. They're not really worried about basketball. I mean, at least their star point guard isn't. Giannis definitely seems more motivated right now. And they have to start playing better basketball. I mean, he knows he has to be better. Giannis knows this. I mean, he won that ring. I mean, he wants to win more, man. And he needs to get his team on track. And I think this might be a good spot for him to beat him here. I have it circled at the minus 5.5. I might end up getting there, but I'm going to take the over 237 right now. This total keeps going up. I wish I got in the 236.5. I'm going to take the 237 because this is going to hit 240 without a doubt. I think this might hit 250, 260. Honestly, this might be probably the highest. Other than that Bulls and Hawks game, this might be the highest scoring game on the board here.
Yeah, it does feel like that. What would they be thinking being on the under? I always try to think like, what is the opposition thinking here? And I guess the Pacers are shooting the ball poorly, but they're not season long. They're just, over the last 5 games or so.
And if a couple of those guys get hot, man, they can score points. I mean, all those guys can. I mean, Mathurin, Tyrese, Miles Turner, Siakam. I mean, all these guys are like good scorers. All these guys can get you 20. You know what I mean? They're not, and we know they're not going to play defense. That's not what they do. They try to just see how many points they can score, and at the end of the game, if they score more than you, they win. But they play no kind of defense, and I don't think the Bucks are going to be playing too much defense over there either.
Rod's White says bet on Milwaukee in home games on the first half line after having won 2 of their last 3 games. Milwaukee record on the first half line since 2024, 15-3 against the spread. Bucks minus 2.5. Big bet for him. First half, big bet. Wow. Okay. This is an interesting one. I think I want to join you on this one here. I'm always so hesitant to take overs, but
me too.
But this only is 61 and 60, and then I'm like, well, why wouldn't it have more? As much as I don't want it, but I guess just Indiana's been shooting so poorly. And if you go back a little bit on Milwaukee's last home games, The Houston game was just 201 points scored. I mean, if you go, you'd have to take an overtime game for Milwaukee to at home put up something that would take this over the total, and it only went over the total because of the overtime game against Detroit. So in fact, that first game of the year against the Bulls is the only. Oh, and then that's the only home game all year other than an overtime game that's gone over this number.
Oh, wow.
But and even against Chicago last out, Chicago is playing at the fastest pace in the NBA, and only 128 points were scored. So I agree with you because I think the Pacers are going to bounce out of this. I mean, they shot 5 of 22 from 3, and there was 143 points scored in that one. And then Rod says, bet under the total in Doc Rivers games when the total is greater than or equal to 230. The unders record is coach of Milwaukee, 16-3. Okay, you know what? I'm going to sit with this one for longer. I can't. I'm just going to need more time. Wine time is on the over 237. I'm going to see if I can find you the best line available here, but let's roll on. Next up for us, we have the Skunt Blaster play of the day. He's on the Chicago Bulls money line at plus 100. Hawks, Bulls. Hawks are 2-0 in the League Cup. Bulls are 0-1. Hawks are 7-8 on the season, 3-4 on the road. Bulls just 1-5 at home. I have not lost a bet on the Chicago Bulls this year. I know it's a young season, but they're my bread and butter so far this season. These are the two fastest paced teams in the league. Chicago 104.63 possessions a game. Atlanta 104.09. The Atlanta and the Bulls are shooting almost the same from the field of 45.8 and 45.9. It's the threes where Chicago's shooting 3.2% better than Atlanta. Let's get into the line history here for it. We have a 247. It keeps climbing.
It's just crazy, Jim. I can't believe this total. This is insane. 247. Like, what?
It just keeps climbing. It's absolutely nuts. On the spread, we have the Bulls plus 1.5. They opened a plus 1.5, got to plus 2, back at 1.5, got to 1 for a little while. Maybe you have a better idea if we go to the money line. Let's go over to the money line for this Bulls spot. On the money line, we have a plus 105 right now. I opened up at plus 102, got up to plus 116 at 3:42 in the morning, and got down to even money. This was even money at 9 this morning. Again, this has been even money a few times. Now we're at plus 105. So we've had overall from the opening line a 1 cent move to the Hawks. Very, very little, almost nothing. We have 47% of tickets and 46% of cash on the over. A lot of people think this is too high, and yet it continues to climb. On the spread, it's a 50-50 proposition, 54% of the tickets, 54% cash on the Chicago Bulls. Hawks come in off their second loss in 3 games, 129-7 the Warriors on Wednesday. Bulls come in off their third loss in 4 games, the 122-106, a loss to the Bucks on Wednesday. Patrick Williams is out for at least a week with the left foot inflammation, and Torrey Craig has stepped up, 15-6, battling down low with Vooch. And Levine, 20 of his 27 before halftime was shooting the lights out in that one. So let's just make sure from a injury side of things that there's nothing that we need to worry about. Here we go. So we have Kobe White and Torrey Craig game time decisions. Very, very important. Nothing to worry about for Atlanta. It's the same lineup they've been going with nonstop. Kobe White listed as probable. Neck tightness. They're calling it cervical tightness. I'll stick with neck. Thanks. And then the Torrey Craig, who's been stepping up and they need him so badly, is probable. A lower right leg contusion. So they're both probable and good to go. Take it away for us here. We have Hawks Bulls at the United Center one time.
Oh yeah, Jim, I'm all over this over in this spot here, man. You're going to give me a 2. Like, this is, I can't believe the total I'm looking at here in this spot. I think both teams are going to be able to get off here in this spot. 247, this is just, and it's just, I'm seeing 247.5 at some spots right now. It's kind of 50-50 ticket on the split, probably more. More are on the under. I mean, this is a high scoring game here. I mean, I don't know how they came up with this total. I would have had this total probably around a 236.5. I think this is going to soar over. I think this is high for a reason, Jim. They put this there. It's only going to continue to rise. This might get to 248, 248.5 before tip off. And if so, I'm going to love it even more. Give me the over. Just on despite that, these are two teams that are pretty evenly matched. I have the Bulls at a -1 here in this spot. Right now, we're looking at the Hawks at a -1. I think the Bulls have a little bit of an edge here at home, but I just don't think it's enough for me to move on them in this spot. So I am going to move on the over 247, -110. I just think both teams are going to get off. This is going to hit well over 250. This might get into the 260, 270 range. These two last, I don't take a lot of overs, guys, but I'm going to take overs like these higher totals on Friday night games where public's kind of on the other side as me, and it's going towards my favor, and I hope it continues to go towards my favor. It starts dropping a little bit, I'll definitely be a little worrisome, but I'm on it. Over 247 -110 right here, Jim.
I can get you 246.5 and 115 if you want.
Yeah, give me that.
246.5 and -115 here. My dude says Hawks all day. AOD like in the over. Rodswag says, but over the total in Quinn Snyder games, revenging a straight up loss first opponent as a favorite. The over's record is coach of Atlanta 22-6.
Love it, Rod.
Wine time on the over 246.5. God, I got to get involved. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern, we have the Trailblazers at the Rockets. Blazers are 1-0 in League Cup play. Same with the Rockets. Blazers 6-9, 2-5 on the road. We already heard from LJ from H-Town. LJ from H-Town. Yeah, I should be on Longwood, Billy. It was I screwed up the cap today so far in college basketball, and now I have to dig out of a hole that I didn't need to be in. Portland, Houston. Let's go over to the injury report here. Houston is healthy and rolling. The issue is all on Portland. You have Ayton doubtful. So Ayton out against the Rockets with the finger injury. Simons and Scoot and Jeremy Grant, all game time decisions. Simons is listed as questionable here with the right hand sprain. And also Simons again, is he's been out with an illness, but it's the right hand sprain that is the reason why he wouldn't be in. But he's been out with an illness as well for the last 3 games. It's going around all the leagues right now. Scoot Henderson here is questionable as well. He left the loss to the Thunder during the game. This is just a battered and beaten Blazers team that's, I guess also dealing with the sickness going through against as healthy as you could find Rockets team. And then Jeremy Grant listed as questionable. He hasn't missed a game yet, but he's sick. So you have issues here with the Blazers. Portland had their 3-game winning streak snapped in a 109-99 loss to the Thunder on Wednesday. And the Rockets are just rolling. They've come in and won 6 of 7. They're coming off a 130-113 win at home versus the Pacers on Wednesday. These teams are both playing at a very similar pace, 9th and 8th in the league, just a little over 100 possessions a game. And they're both shooting very poorly. Portland, 43.5 from the field, 33.4 from 3. Same with Houston, 44.4 from the field and 32.5 from 3. Yes, thank you. Did I say dig out? My fault. That's a lack of sleep here. Just a lack of sleep. Let's get into the line history here. We have a 225 here. This has climbed up from 220.5. It's wild that that you could have important pieces out. Maybe they think with DeAndre Ayton out, Sengun's gonna get whatever he wants. I often think that when it gets over a 4-point swing, that I would like to bet against that line move, and it gets up to 5.5. I don't know what my ROI is on that, so I don't want to talk too much about it. Houston minus 12.5. We already heard LJ, play of the day is the first half. So this has moved a half point towards the Rockets. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 57% of tickets, 58% cash on Houston, 88% tickets, 89% cash on the over, and it just continues to climb. AOD says Rockets first half, LJ special. So take it away here for us, Wine Time. Blazers, Rockets in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot I would never take the Portland Trailblazers in this one. I would only lean towards the Houston Rockets. It's a team I like to back when they're at home. Laying this number, I think it's going to be for good reason. They're probably going to go out here and smack these guys up. I'm honestly, I might be looking at some Fred VanVleet assist props in this one, because you mentioned if DeAndre Ayton's out in this one, Sengun's probably going to get whatever he wants, and Fred's probably going to feed him down low, and he's probably going to find Green in the corner for a couple threes, and I think he could easily get this 7 assists. So I'm definitely looking at that right now. Game-wise, I have a lean towards the Houston Rockets at home. I mean, they're leaning double digits here. I definitely think this is going to be a smash spot for them. I'm going to hold off on this. There's too many missing pieces in this one, though, guys. I don't know who's going to play and stuff. That's a tough thing about the NBA. So I don't want to give out the Houston Rockets right now, because I'm not sure who's going to play for the Blazers, but it's looking like all those guys are. I mean, it looks like Ayton's not going to play. I mean, Simons is questionable. Scoot Henderson is questionable as well, I'm seeing. Very tough. So I got nothing in this one. I definitely lean towards Freddie VanVleet over assists, because I think he's going to get Sengun involved and find some of his shooters open in the corner for 3. So I'd like that, but nothing on this game, Jim.
God, I want to fade this line move, which is something I rarely say in the NBA, but it just feels like it's gone too far. The Portland isn't playing these types of games. Their last 3 games would have all gone under. One was close, but the other 2 went way under. The Rockets at home is the problem. Rockets at home have been playing, high-scoring games, but they've been holding their opponents to low-scoring outputs. It's just they've been rolling.
This Houston team is just a different animal at home, man. They're so good at home these last 2 years.
And then it's a cup game, so they're going to want all the points that they can get. This is a trickier card. The last few days I've been able to just fire away. And I had 5 bets on a 4-game card yesterday. I maybe he's right. Maybe I see. The thing is, I get the first half because they've been such monsters on first half, but at home. But I kind of, if we have a sick basketball team, I would like to keep attacking them. As a full game situation. I find the under interesting. And I think the Rockets probably just smash and grab here. They probably try not to be afraid of the 12.5. Okay, I'm going to look into this.
We might look at the score in the second quarter, and they're up by 20 points.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because, if you're missing pieces and your bench is weaker, and we saw that from the Utah Jazz last night, which made me extremely angry. All right, let's move on to Mavericks Nuggets. Of course, one of the marquee attractions, Luka Doncic is out, unfortunately, and Jokic is a game time decision. Gordon, of course, out. He wasn't in practice, so it looks like he could miss his 4th straight game right now. We'll let the market kind of indicate if he's going to be in the lineup, unless any of you guys know if he'll be in the lineup. That's the only question mark right now, but here we go. By the way, coin moved on Leggett over 16.5 points for Pittsburgh. Let's get into the line history here. We have this total at 225. It opened up at 229. We've dropped 4 points on the total. And then so that's saying Jokic is out, obviously. But Denver minus 3.5 here. Open up -4, now -3.5. 3 straight games that he's not played, but the Nuggets snapped their 2-game losing streak with that 122-110 win at the Grizzlies on Tuesday. Mavericks coming off their 3rd straight win, 132-91 at home versus the Pelicans on Tuesday. Probably a wake-up call type situation for the Mavs, who've been playing very well under these circumstances here. That was they beat the Thunder at OKC. They dominate San Antonio. They beat up on the Pelicans. They're just, playing very good basketball. They shot 52.1 from the field, 45.2 from 3, and only turned the ball over 12 times and completely out-rebounded the Pelicans. Can they keep playing at this level? That's the question. The Nuggets bounced back against Memphis. They had not been playing well. They lost to the Pelicans. I mean, horrible. But they shoot 48% from the field, 33.3 from 3. It forced Memphis into 22 turnovers. We have get into the line history, but let's also talk about the pace of play. Dallas 13th, 99.83 possessions a game. Denver 6th, 101.1, 101.11. The Dallas shooting really well from the field, 48.1%, but struggling from 3 at times at 34.7. And Denver just shooting the ball well, 46.8 and 38% from 3. Let's get into line history and then hand it over to our guy, Wine Time. So, line history-wise, we have this 3. It's a half-point move towards Dallas. We already talked on the total, so let's get into the cash. 59% of the tickets, 58% of cash on Dallas, 92 and 90 on the over. Take it away for us. Gibson confirmed and Luukkonen listed as likely. God, that makes me uncomfortable. I had a plan on that game. Rod Swagger says, bet on Ime Udoka after successfully covering the spread in 3 or more consecutive games. Udoka's record as coach of Houston is 20-5. Wow. That's the one I'm closest to right now, without a doubt. So here we go. We have Mavericks, Nuggets, 92 and 90 on the over, and it's dropped 4.5 points. That's got to be Jokic situation. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Baldwin in Colorado.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. I think that's probably why we have a point droppage in this due to Jokic. Most likely he's not going to go in this one. Both teams with star players out in this game, guys. Man, this is a tough card to cap. Not going to lie to you guys, especially with all these injury reports. I guess we know that Luka's not going to be playing. It's really going to be up to if Jokic is playing or not. I mean, if Jokic, I kind of want Mavericks here plus 3.5, man. I mean, I wrote it down last night, the +4, went down to the +3, and I'm guessing it's out of 3.5 now. We're seeing more of the money and tickets are coming in on Dallas on the spread in this one. What do we got, right? Yeah, you already mentioned it. 59% of bets, 58% of cash. Tough matchup. I'm not going to get to the window in this one, Jim. I definitely lean towards the Mavericks, and I kind of want Jokic to play, if that makes sense. I don't know if he will in this one. Dallas, though, being plus 3.5. This seems like an accurate spread. I don't know if I want to move on this one. This is tough. Two teams with both their star players out. I want nothing to do with this one, Jim. Do I think the Mavericks could probably win this game outright without Luka? Absolutely. And who knows? Maybe the Nuggets show up without their star player in this matchup if Jokic doesn't play. So I'm just gonna stay off this one. This is so tough. This is such a tough NBA card.
I'm gonna have some interest. Can Dallas keep playing at this level? I mean, it's just nuts. Now, they did travel to OKC and play well there, but that was because they out-rebounded the Thunder 53-29. It feels like Jokic needs to be announced out. Public's got to move closer to the Mavericks. I don't know. I got to sit with this longer, but the way Dallas is playing is just doesn't make sense that they could continue playing at this level. I have a lean towards Denver, and then I agree with this move to the under. I don't know if I move on it, but I really do think so. And look at that, Skunk Blaster, Oklahoma State up 30-18 with 4 minutes left. Rand says good Mavs moneyline spot. See, after a team wins, by 40 plus points, I don't, and shoots the lights out, I don't want anything to do with them. In fact, I think that will be my plan. The Mavericks were just too perfect last game. And they beat the Thunder because they out-rebounded them, dominated the boards, and that's an issue, obviously, for the Thunder. So my plan will be Jokic is announced out, and I'm going to look to back the Nuggets in the first quarter. But I'm going to wait, and I need Jokic to be announced out here. Let's move on to our final spot in NBA. Then we'll cap NHL together. We have BJ's already come in on the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings is a best bet for our guy, BJ. The Kings have been playing very underwhelming basketball, and you got to really watch them closely and decide when they're going to step up and when they're going to shut down. Right now, they're minus 3.5. This opened up at 2.5, so we've had a 1 point move towards them. It is heavily juiced to the clip show. You could get this at 3. You don't need to get the 3.5. You could pay for the 3. It's cheap. Then from a total standpoint here, we have a 221.5 minus 109 to the over. Opened up at 220.5, and it got up to 222.5 before it started dropping. We still have a 1 point move on the over. Let's get into the cash then for this one. 42% of the tickets and 48% of the cash on the Kings. 87 and 78 on the over. Both teams are playing at a middling pace. Sacramento 18th fastest, 98.87, and the Clippers 20th, 98.42. And they're both shooting well. 48.9 from the field, 34 from three. So not the best 3-point percentage for Sacramento, and 46.2 and 38.2% from three. The Clippers are, I believe that's fourth in the NBA. It's funny, the total skyrocketing in Portland, Houston, skyrocketing, and these teams are not shooting the ball well. And then the total in the Pacers Bucks that you moved on, the over 237, they have a middling pace, but they're shooting the ball really well right now. Sacramento comes in off their second loss in 3 games, 109-108 at home over the Hawks on Monday. A disappointing loss. The Clippers coming off their third straight win, 104-93 at home over the Magic on Wednesday, and we saw the Magic bounce back. You saw it in first person with floor seats in the game yesterday. So let's take a look at the cash flow. We have 42 and 48, 87 and 78 on the over. Take it away for us, Wine Time, our final game in NBA and final basketball game on the board.
Yeah, I want to move on the Kings in this spot. This is something I had no intention on moving on, honestly. I didn't cap this game for too much. I don't know, though. I mean, the Kings off a loss, I mean, they're very, like you mentioned, they're very inconsistent this year. They've kind of been winning one, losing one. It's a pretty good team. I mean, if you look at their starting roster, I like it. I like that they went out and grabbed DeRozan in the offseason, add another scorer for them, a guy that can get the ball to your playmakers as well. He definitely can. He's a good passer as well. He's gotten better over the years. The Clippers, on the other hand, playing at home here, coming off 2 big wins for them. This would be 3 in a row if they came away with this one. James Harden, playing pretty good basketball right now. Zubac playing good basketball as well. This is a tough matchup, I think, for the Clippers. I think everywhere you look at this one, I think this is a Kings spot. I want the Kings here -3. I think they can get it done here in LA, honestly. I mean, DeMar loves playing in LA. I think this might be his first time playing in this new arena for the Clippers. I'm not sure if they played in LA yet this year. I know they played at Crypto, they haven't even played at Crypto. I don't think they played at this new arena here for the Kings. So I definitely want the Kings -3.
Yeah, it's also the 4th game of a homestand. They've won the first 3 of them. So they head out east right after. They play Sunday at 6 p.m. in Philadelphia.
Wow.
So they got a lot of things on their mind here, planning on leaving. I agree with this look.
I like the King. I mean, dude, I'm surprised too that more of the public is coming in on the Clippers. It looks like the sharp action's coming in on the Kings, and I feel like the Kings it might be at -4 before game time. I mean, I think it's a mismatch if you look at the starting rosters, in my opinion. I know they're going to be playing in LA, but this isn't much of a travel spot for Sacramento. I think they're going to want to show up and play here in the new arena. I think they're going to want to come out here and ball out, honestly. So give me the Kings here. If you can get me a -3, under -115, I'll definitely take that all day long here.
Yeah, and it's just a one-off. They head right back home and face Brooklyn on Sunday. Yeah, I like this look on the Kings.
A little late night action too.
Yeah, Clippers have won 3 straight. I'll join you on this. Let's do a little line shopping. We can get you the -3, -110, -108. Will Hill has a -110. Kings -3, -108 though for Wine Time, and I'm going to join you on this. I think I know my plan here. I'm going to move. I'm close to the under in Portland, Houston, and I have some interest on the Nuggets first quarter once Jokic is announced out. I think Dallas comes back down to earth, at least early. I'm going to move with you on the Kings. I'm also going to move on the Rockets. And then
I like the Rockets look. I mean, I understand it. I mean, everything I'm looking at it, I might end up getting there too. If so, I'll tweet it out. I definitely like that spot. I know I'll kick myself if I look at the score in the second or third quarter and they're winning by like 25 points. And I'm like, goddamn,
And then hopefully they'll keep their foot on the gas because it is a cup game and they are 1-0 in the cup. So that's probably going to keep me off of the under. Again, if this wasn't cup action, there would be spots. I'd probably be on the Wizards first quarter. I'd be on the under in this one. But the cup game is going to stop that from happening. Again, NBA play of the day from Ron Crawford, Brooklyn +5. Wine Time gets his card started with the under 222 in Golden State, New Orleans Pelicans. Wine Time's on the over 237 in Pacers Bucks. He's on the over 246.5 in Hawks Bulls. Skunk Blaster NBA play of the day is the Bulls money line. Rockets -12.5 for me. I might get to that first quarter and with Wine Time on the Kings -3. If that means I only have 2 spots on this card with the Kings -3 and the Bulls in the Rockets minus 12 or 12.5. I'm okay with that. The cup games, things get a little trickier unless you're hammering overs and expecting teams to run up the score. And that is our NBA breakdown for Friday, November 22nd. That is locked and loaded. We're going to talk about that game here, Wager Detective. I know Rod Zawacki is also has a bunch of angles with the Penguins. It's an interesting spot, and I spent quite a lot of time in that one, and I bet it last night. Wine time, my man. Thank you. I know you'll be all over our capping shows tomorrow. Be on the tailgate with Daby Cab, also rocking with Who Bangin' Sports Talk. We had DJ Big Boss join us for our live stream last night. He was hilarious and talking very highly of you, of course. And thank you for rocking with us. Please support our guy, Wine Time Sports. I'm going to put his X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy who does so much for us. Wine Time, my man, thank you for your time and energy and hard work. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, Jimmy, always a blast doing this show with you, man, on a Friday, man. I look forward to this every week. Always a blast capping these games with my friends, man. Shout out to Daby Cab, who capped the college football with us, man. Looking forward to tomorrow, dude. I'm up at like 4 a.m. on Saturday mornings, West Coast time, just getting ready for the card, looking over last minute stuff, looking at what my friends are in, because everyone's 3 hours ahead of me over there. So I'm up early on Saturday mornings, and I really look forward to it. Like, it's a blast. Join Daby Cab and Moose. We got Guns over there as well, man. Just everyone killing it. Kongs, everyone that's coming on there. Justin has been coming on there on a weekly basis, just giving out winners. I'd love to see him on cam. Shout out to Oldie in the chat, always supporting Wager Detective as well. Yeah, but catch me with a Boston Sauce tomorrow morning as well. I'm not sure, Jim, have you heard about a live stream yet for tomorrow?
I have not, because there hasn't been one now for 2 weeks in a row. So I don't know.
I'll get with Cab about that and see if we're going to do, because there's that Ohio State game. I know we got UFC late night tonight. I mean, that's
you guys could pick any game on the entire card for Saturday. You could pick a night game if you want, anything you guys want, because the UFC will be done by like 9, 10 in the morning.
I think 6 a.m. my time. So 9 a.m. East Coast time. So yeah, for sure.
That's wild. I love it. I love you waking up before. When I was in Costa Rica, I would wake up at 3:45 every morning. That was my whole thing too, because you're behind the East Coast Cappers.
Exactly, dude. You got to get up. You got to get moving, looking at the line, see what's happened the last couple hours. Shit happens overnight when you're sleeping. So I love it though, man. This is why we do it. But yeah, man, shout out to you, Jim. Always a good time. We'll be talking over the weekend for sure.
I look forward to it, my man. Excellent work as always. There he is, Wine Time Sports. Let's get into NHL. Yesterday, 10-7 plus 3.43 units overall because of NHL. NHL was very good to me. It was just, I had to, the moves against the Red Wings and the Knights didn't make sense to me. And it took me hours to bet against the 40-cent move. Hours. But, they both cashed, and that was huge swings for me with my bankroll. Really big swings and important ones. Wild money line cashed easily, plus 135. Minnesota Edmonton over 6 cashed easily. Panthers puck line, that really sucks because I was really confident in that spot, and I told people my confidence in it, and it fell apart. Rangers -1 at plus 108. The market said that was wrong, but the market said the Red Wings was wrong at plus 125. The market said that the Knights was wrong. I got them plus 141. They were minus 105 at 365 the night before, and plus 141 I got them on. And then New York Calgary under 6. Another thing is that the Calgary Flames are playing very low scoring defensive hockey with Dustin Wolf. The same thing's happening with the New York Islanders. They just can't score. And the same thing's happening with the Buffalo Sabres. They can't score. Now we'll see if Tage Thompson is back, but the times where I'm like, well, I see trends and things, not trends as much as I cap it. I'm like, well, there should be goals here. There's a reason why I think there'll be goals here. These teams that can't score are bringing all the games to the under. I mean, Lyon had allowed something like 15 goals in his 3 previous games. He'd been playing terrible. He allowed 1 goal against the Islanders. So I really want to hammer these unders, and I want to hammer the under in the second game we're going to talk about. But let's talk about the first game here. I can understand, Rod Zawacki has incredibly good trends, and they're so helpful for all of us. And I can understand sharp action on the Pittsburgh Penguins. I've had to negate a vividness bias on the Pittsburgh Penguins. And when I was sitting with this game last night, the line was moving towards Pittsburgh, and I didn't care. I just did not care because the Winnipeg Jets are starting this 6-game, 10-game road trip. So they coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 6-3 win at home versus the Panthers. Would this be a spot where you'd want to, as a letdown spot? It just can't be because they're on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Nashville tomorrow night, and I may fade them here if they dominate Pittsburgh the way I expect them to. This is their first game of 3 games in 4 nights, a back-to-back, 3 and 4, 4 and 6, 5 and 8, 6 and 10. This is as rough of a road trip as I've ever seen before. And they must want to start with a win. So one of the things about getting ahead of everything is I had to ensure that I expected Hellebuck and net, not Comrie, even though Comrie's been fine. And I was like, no, they got to start this road trip with a win. They're going to be saying that nonstop. That's going to be the mantra in the whole dressing room. We got to get this road trip started off with the win. And I didn't care that the market was moving against me. And now I've destroyed the market. I got the -1 at plus money. I got at the time, the money line was -150 when I built the -1. Let me just go over what I got. A -150 on the money line, plus 164 on the puck line. This is now -171 here. Rodswag says, bet against Winnipeg in away or neutral games on the money line after 3 consecutive non-conference games. Winnipeg's record since the 23-24 season, 0-8. And Rod's on the Penguins -1.5 at plus 330. You know, I love it. I love it, Rod. And you don't, friends don't talk friends off of dogs. But this Pittsburgh team, so the Jets are as healthy as they possibly can be, and they need to start with a win. The Penguins coming off their 4th loss in 5 games, 3-2 setback in overtime at home versus the Lightning. This was the same situation in the Lightning game, except the line didn't ever come back. This line was moving towards Penguins. The Sharps were on the Penguins, and they were up 2-0. You know, they were up 2-0 going into the 3rd, and the Lightning came back. The Penguins were outshot 35-19 in that game. They're just not a good hockey team. Chris Letang has missed last 3 games with a lingering illness. There's sickness going through a lot of these rooms. He's been terrible. He has 3 assists in his last 14 games, 3 assists. And Owen Pickering is the one replacing him. Now, look, Owen Pickering's going to be a monster. 2020 first-round draft pick out of Swift Current Broncos. I like watching him play. Kevin Hayes has missed the last 7 games with an upper body injury. He has not been that important to the team. But Cody Glass is out. Blake Lazard is out. They've traded Lars Eller. So, yeah, Wager Detective. No Wager Detective. I don't see that as only a plus 135 here. There's not a plus 135 anywhere. Will Hills move this to plus 160? With the site where we had our poker games has this at plus 158. If you want yes, that's what the line was. That's what the line was, Wager Detective, and you can believe it if you want. That's your call. Jose does the graphics before the show starts. It's plus 170 at Caesars, says Billy Friedrich. So I get it. You can find reasons to want to think that Pittsburgh's going to step up here. But I said from the beginning of the year, I want to fade the Pittsburgh Penguins as much as I possibly can all year long, and I'm going to stick to it. And, Winnipeg coming off a very important victory, answering back from the beatdown that Florida gave them, which we were on Winnipeg. I'm going to be on them again here, and I would like to fade them tomorrow night in Nashville, but I want them to dominate here. So that is game 1 here. Let's move on. Hellebuck versus Yari. Yari is an 863 save percentage, 4.72 goals against average. And now again, friends don't talk friends off dogs. So if you want the Pens, wait. wait, because this line's just clearly not coming back anytime soon. Let's move on to Buffalo, Anaheim. This is our final game on the show today. Then we're going to race turkeys. Let's get into Buffalo, Anaheim, and then let's get the goaltending situation. I had this nightmare. I actually had a bet on Anaheim and the under queued up. And even if Tage Thompson comes back, I won't like it as much. But I had it queued up. I won't be able to move on it. John Gibson is in net for the Ducks, and I wanted Dostal. Luokkanen is playing very well. Now, remember, Luokkanen was hurt. So I wanted to know which game. So this is the first of a back-to-back for the Sabres, and I was concerned that James Reimer would face his old team. Now, he's not going to face his old team. He's going to face his other old team. He's going to be against San Jose tomorrow night, and I probably will bet the Sharks in that one too. The Sabres are creating no offensive chances. The power play goal they scored against the Kings was a beautiful play by Dahlin and a perfect tip for Zucker. I don't think Zucker is good enough to play on a number one power play line, but he's got hands around the net. We saw that with the deflection. The Sabres were outshot 23-19 in the victory. 19 shots. They weren't creating scoring chances. Tage Thompson missed the game. He's been an absolute monster this year, and we need to know if Tage Thompson is going to be in the lineup. I would imagine that you would like him better at a bigger line, Widger. And if you like him, if I would wait longer because you'll get an even bigger line. And again, look, you're on a big dog, and Pittsburgh. I have nothing to say good about Pittsburgh. Crosby could score his 600th goal. They're just a old hockey team run by a fanboy. It's a horrific situation, and they have Sid the Kid Crosby, who we all love. They bring in Carlson. That was just such a horrific decision financially and on the ice. I mean, Dubas is such a fanboy. I mean, who else brings in Wayne Simmons and Joe Thornton, when they're both at 40? It's a fan, not a general manager. But it'll be a fun game. So, Wager Tech says only got to win 38% of the time on that implied probability. You're absolutely right. My implied probability was improved because I got plus 108 or 106 on the -1 line. But let's go back to this spot here. So we need to know about Tage Thompson. If Tage is not in the lineup, that 6'6" center that's doing so much for them, second in goals before he got hurt. We need the latest update on Tage, and we have no update at this point. So I need Tage Thompson to be out. That is the first key. The second key is I need to trust John Gibson, which is extremely difficult to do because the Sabres are creating no scoring chances, and Luokkanen looks very, very good right now, which means let's go over Gibson's last few appearances and see if we can trust him. He's played in 3 games this year. 3 games. He started at home versus the Blue Jackets. He allowed 2 goals. Then he allowed 4 goals against Detroit, and he allowed 2 goals against the Blackhawks. He's undefeated, interestingly enough. Undefeated. And I still don't really trust him. This line is moved for the Sabres from -150 to -156. This early move towards the Ducks, I agree with. I think that it's moved back towards the Sabres only because Gibson's not quite as good here. Oh, wow. Billy Friedrich Thompson was on the ice for morning skate but did not take part in the line rushes. Okay, so I'm going to want to wait a little bit on this. I'm going to wait a little bit on this because I want Tage out. I don't care about Tuck. This offense can do nothing. You're asking these. I mean, if Ryan McLeod is your first-line centerman, how are you going to score 3 goals in any games? So I'm going to be on. Oh, let's see what the under has done too, because that's what I wanted most. It was moving towards the over. Right before the show started, I could have got a plus money on the under, and I still can. But it's moved a little bit back. This is moved within 1 cent, this total. And I imagine here, which is something we don't usually do, I imagine that the money will be on the over, because there's a vividness bias of the Sabres scoring. Right now, 39% of the tickets and 60% of cash is on the Ducks. And on the total, 79 and 84. So my plan is simple. Okay, Res Mob. Okay, that took me a second to put together. Well, we have our race popping off here in a second. My plan is simple. I am going to be moving on the Ducks and the under. If Tage Thompson is in, I will only move on the Ducks. Simple. So I'm going to wait to get that information. So again, I don't think Tage plays. Why would he play tonight if he can't even do the line rushes? Why wouldn't he try tomorrow against the Sharks? So I expect him out of the lineup. So my plan is the under 6, and my plan is the Anaheim Ducks. The Ducks come in. Oh, so here's the X's and O's that we didn't talk about. Sabres are on the first half of a back-to-back. 18.6% power play, 78.8% penalty killing. Anaheim 15.3% power play, 68.8% penalty killing. They come in off an opening the California section of this road trip with a 1-0 win at the Kings. They were soundly outplayed throughout the game, but the Kings didn't play that well. They have Jordan Greenway, Matthias Samuelsson, and Tage out, and then Tuck's obviously hurting. For the Ducks, they come in off their third straight win, 3-2 at the Blackhawks on Tuesday. Their offense is rolling for the first time all year. They've scored 13 goals over the winning streak. The big name that was in the score sheet yesterday was Trevor Zegras with 2 assists. They can get him going because they have a ton of injuries. Cam Fowler and Vakanainen are both out, 2 defensemen. Mason McTavish and Robbie Fabry, 2 centers, and Brock McGinn are out. Now, McTavish is the closest to returning, but we don't expect them to be here. This team only has 2 players with double-digit points. Troy Terry leads the team with 6 goals, 6 assists, 12 points in 18 games. And Leo Carlson, the second overall pick, is next with 10 points in 18 games. I want the Ducks, but I want to know about Tage. The reason why I won't move on the Ducks now is because if Tage is announced in, I'll get a better line on the Ducks. And if Tage is announced out, I'll take whatever line's available for the Ducks, and I'll also move on the under 6. That is the plan of attack in NHL. And I'm already on the Jets -1. And there we go. Rodswack says Buffalo this season 10-2 on the over when playing only their second game in 5 days. Rodswack says off win their previous game, Buffalo 7-1 to the over. He says scary because I like the under 2 past this game for me. Yeah, Rod, I watched every second of the game. They're creating nothing offensively. And why would they? And, guys, young stars like Benson are being forced to play defensive hockey under Lindy Ruff, and it's going to make Zach Benson a hell of a hockey player. The Sabres are going to win the Stanley Cup at some point and I bet you Lindy Ruff will be the coach of this team when they do. I bet you they win the Stanley Cup at some point over the next 3 years. But they have a lot of work to do on this roster. But I'm telling you, Dahlin and Owen Power, you start with them, and you figure things out. Tage at center. You have all these, top 5 picks. I think they're going to be very good. There you go. That is NHL for Friday, November 22nd, coming off a great night in NHL. That is our show for today, but we need to review action, and we also need to race $50. We need to race turkeys. Let's get our guy, Jose Snips Bouquet, back in. Jose, how are you?
Good. Excited to make some cornbread today.
Oh, good God. Now, cornbread is delicious, but good God.
Especially mine.
Rod Zawacki says, Ducks off of a winner, 6-0 to the under this season. I love that. Tori Coker in the house. Great to see you, Tori. I believe it, Jim. I believe it. I think it's so easy to predict. Rasmus Dahlin and Owen Power, when they're both 25 years old, will be, by far the best defense. Now, they'll probably separate them. They won't play them together, but they will be the core of the best defensive group in the NHL. Do you remember when Chris Pronger brought the Oilers to the Stanley Cup Finals? Chris Pronger was by far the best defenseman in the NHL. And Pronger alone got the Oilers to the Stanley Cup Finals. Then he, banged one of the news reporters in Edmonton, and his wife made a move away from Edmonton. They moved to Anaheim, and he wins the Stanley Cup immediately. That's how important those defensemen are when they're at their peak of their toughness. If you look at Rasmus Dahlin, he's still kind of a kid, and Owen Power is 20 years old. They're going to be so good. All right. And Tori Coker says, make sure you use sugar, 2 eggs, and milk.
Okay. Thank you, Tori. Thank you.
DC Capper, safe travels to the casino, my friend. Go get that cash. Let's talk turkeys. How many turkeys do we have aligned here?
We have 82 gobblers in the race here. Woo! It's going to be a good race here. I can't wait.
Let's get Owen Power's age here. He is 22. 22. Wow. He's close, man. Owen Power and Rasmus Dahlin, they're close. When they're 25, I'm telling you, they're all right. Sorry, you said 82?
82.
82 turkeys all lined up and ready to go. Thank you to all of our gold members. It means the world to us. Take us home. Get us started. Jose, let's
Yes, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Here we go. And look at Jimmy the Bag saying, I want the lead to begin with here. Philly Eagle Flyer says, "Woo!" In the mix there as well. Nut Flush Allen, Gorky.
Kelly McNeese, too, right there, trying to break his streak.
Kelly.
Gorky.
There's Gorky as well. Kelly McInnes, not a good horse track racer, but maybe he's there. There's Juan, Big Ragu down there. Woo, Jimmy, woo, what's going to happen?
Jim Dewigger also flying on the inside. Oh, now backtracking. Big Ragu in business. He'll be joining us for NFL Pub Up on Sunday. And there goes Nunya, but Chris Boggin wants in, and so does CMac. CMac flying late. Juan Ruiz going for his 5th win. Here comes Financially Free and Focused, and here comes Stacking Cream flying. Can Ryan Kozlowski get to the wire? We are steps away from Ryan Kozlowski being $50 richer, but Rude Boy going for his 2nd ever win, and Rude Boy trying to get to the wire, and he gets there. Rude Boy with it. And look at I came 2nd. Wow. Look at that. Rude Boy with his 2nd win here in a short period of time.
That's impressive. That is impressive. And Daby Cab in 3rd right there as well.
Yeah, he got the show money. I got the place cash. We'll take
which
it.
Is $0.
Unfortunately, $0 right now. Let's review all action here on the show. The Stacks play today, UCF +5. Oh, what's going on in the scores? I was so pissed off. I didn't deserve to cash the East Carolina, but the fact that I lost it by a point is, just needle me a little more. They did not play nearly as well as I thought. They got out to a 12-6 lead. And then they just played down to the level of their competition. I'll blame it on the Earl. And now they're only up by a point. Wow. Middle Tennessee up 58-44. See, that was my whole plan. God, it makes me want to smash this fucking thing.
Blame it on the Earl brothers.
Pittsburgh up 23-18. McNeese up 7-6. God, I'm going to have to regroup. I got to regroup and attack this college basketball board. Very, very, very disappointing. Yeah, Christopher Leclerc, we were talking about that. It was great. It was a great clip that our guy, Jose Bouquet, breaking news. That's wildly interesting. Danny Dimes cut. And then you got to, we'll get into the firings after. But Stacks played number 2 for Justin McKelvey, Arizona -1.5. Viper needs a birthday pick today. Viper needs a birthday pick today.
Does it have to be for today, Viper? Because if it was for me, I'd be UCLA. Take them plus
Viper.
4.5.
I'd like to give you a birthday pick too, and it's Ottawa Senators tomorrow. It'll be the first bet that I send in for my pops. And
God, so you really love Ottawa tomorrow, huh?
I love them.
But that was the most surprising thing of the show right there. Not even my cornbread aficionado-ness, but you sending in your dad's bets, so rare.
Let's see if we can get a line here on it. Oh, yeah, first lines are out.
Uh-oh.
Ottawa -134 or -135, -133. So you have to bet them on the -1 line.
Or if you're per safe and Peter Loshak, eat that juice.
Pops is going to take the juice. So
You think so?
Oh, he already told me. He said bet the money line as soon as it's available, whatever it is. So Viper, for a birthday pick today, let me see. I think the Jets take care of business. I think that's the best spot. But I do like your UTSA spot.
Yeah, if you want one for today, Billy Friedrich is right. I guess it could be that, but I do love me some UCLA tomorrow.
Yeah, I got it. Has that line moved at all?
UCLA?
Yeah.
It opened at 6 and it stayed at 4.5.
Okay. Yeah, Jim. No, I'm with you. I have no compassion for Danny Dimes. None. Zero.
None.
None. Wager detective saying Hellebuck 14 and 22 on the road versus Metro. Yes, that's. I could have given you those stats too. Winnipeg's never been the best number one team in the NHL. Actually, they were for like a cup of coffee last year, but look, it's going to be fun, Wager, and you're on the dog. If you can, is it only a win for you if the Jets beat Pittsburgh 4-1? Of course. But if the Penguins win, it's great. So I'm with you. Vipe, I want to give you a winner here that I'm really comfortable with, and I think it's Ottawa off of 4 straight losses, losing 3-2 at home against the Canucks team without JT Miller traveling. So that's what I think. I just think it's the single best spot on the board. Lynn Belvedere, welcome back. Welcome back, Lynn Belvedere. Yeah, I didn't move at all on that game, the Corpusalo game. But he was great, wasn't he, Lynn? He was excellent. I didn't move on the Bruins game, but so many of my friends did, trusting the fired coaching situation.
It was annoying because, again, I've sat here and listened to all these breakdowns of your hockey. I knew the under was the easiest bet in that game. Defensive responsibility after the coach being fired. It was so easy. I said yesterday, I don't know, or not yesterday, I guess, on betting with Phuket, I said if that's not a 5.5 by the game time, then that's a criminal line. And Billy told me it was 6 on the day before. I was like, that's just disgusting. It should be a 5.5, and of course, 1-0.
Yeah, it was. I don't trust some of those Utah forwards to play defense, but they're even playing more accountable right now as well. But yeah, I would say Ottawa is my favorite spot here, Viper, and to give you the best spot. And then Rod's wacky on Nashville money line already for tomorrow. If the Jets lose to Pittsburgh, I won't be on Nashville tomorrow. If the Jets win like we expect, we are in absolute business tomorrow. Absolute business. Philly Eagle Flyers says Caps money line tomorrow. I want to start fading the Caps too. But New Jersey at home. I haven't studied tomorrow's card. I'm gonna have to do that. Rod Zwike says bet on Ottawa on the money line for scoring 2 goals or less in 3 straight games. Ottawa record since 2023, 5-0. I love that. And Billy Frady says he'll fade the Pens tomorrow too at home versus Utah Hockey Club. I can't wait to cap tomorrow's NHL. So that would be it. I just think Ottawa is the spot, but I do like the UTSA spot that you talked about, and I do like the Jets here. So let's final review of action here. We have starting at where are we? 5 p.m. We have UCF from Morgan Spooner +5 and from CMac +5.5. CMac on St. Thomas +2.5. He's on the under 137.5 in Drexel, Fordham, and he's on the over 140.5 in Southeast Louisiana, Wyoming. Then Ron Crawford's on Arizona money line. Cab is on Arizona as well. And the Nunya business SEC play today, Mississippi State -1.5 at SMU from Nunya. UTSA first half -9.5 from Troy Torrance. Jose's on the UTSA team total over 36, and wine time on UTSA -16.5. Wine time on Michigan State under 31. Team total under 31 -105. I want to roll with him on that. And he's on the under 60 in UNLV San Jose State. I'm on that one as well, but I'm actually pretty nervous about it. I feel like if we were so right about it, wouldn't it continue to drop? I don't know. He's also on the under 42.5 in Wisconsin, Nebraska. Daby Cab's on Hoover over 299.5 passing yards. Ole Miss first half -6.5. Texas A&M -2.5. Ron Crawford's plays of the day is Winnipeg -1. Brooklyn +5. Moneyball gave us Pacers +5.5. And Ron Crawford, I just told Brooklyn +5. In NBA, Wine time on the under 222 in Golden State, New Orleans. He's on the over 237 in Indiana, Milwaukee. He's on the over 246.5 in Atlanta, Chicago. Scuntbag play today is the Bulls money line. I'm going to be on the Rockets minus 12.5. I might get on the Nuggets first quarter if Jokic is announced out and the line moves a bit. I just can't imagine Mavericks dominating again here. They've just been playing so well without Luka. And then the Kings minus 3, I'm going to join them on that as well. In NHL, I'm on Winnipeg minus 1, and I plan on being on the under and the Ducks. That is our show for today, Jose Bouquet. Thank you to all of the cappers in the chat. We have nothing without you. Gerald Jones, Arad Zawacki, Philly Eagle Flyer, DC Capper. Hope you made it safe to the casino, my friend. Rez Mob, Wager Detective, Markel Coin. We have Billy Friedrich, Red Beard, took USF live plus 600, now down to plus 300. Let's get that. Vipe, happy birthday, Viper, my man. Hope it was a great, great birthday, man.
Damn. I think I got another nickname.
What do we have?
Just cornbread. That's
yeah. No, that's really good.
Fuck.
That's really good. Yeah. That's really good. Lim Belvedere, welcome back.
Tage Thompson officially out, by the way.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I should bet that as soon as possible. I got to bet that right as soon. I'm going to bet that right now. I'm going to go bet that. I got to bet that right this very second. Thank you. Thank you to all of you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Truly, we have nothing without you guys. And we're running nice, and we need to continue it. And then I've gotten this day off to a poor start, which is very, very aggravating. So I need to climb and continue from yesterday. It sucks, man. You put in all this work and then poorly done. Jose, thank you for all your hard work, my friend. Let's get that cash. I will see you Sunday morning for sure. I won't ask about your cornbread. And can you please give us last words here? Last words, my friend.
Maybe for Palooza, I'll bring a tray of cornbread and everyone will be like, "Oh fuck, what the hell?"
Okay, yeah, no, that'd be legit.
Then you guys would like it. Lynn, it smells like ussy. That's what it smells like, Lynn, because we're having a great day today, and we're going to have one tonight. It's going to be fun. Tune into the tailgate tomorrow night. Join us on Sunday morning. That'll be a great time. And this next Thanksgiving week should be very interesting. Tons of games coming.
Be fun.
Yep, Peter Loshak doing his thing on Tuesdays. And Jimmy, 12 straight hours of Jimmy the Bag, just boozing, stinking, and live betting on sports. It's going to be a fun one here. So God bless you all. Good luck. And leche, hey, those bookmakers.